Hey there, everybody. What's up? It's Steve Van Tassel, and I'm here. We are doing a Dynasty Owner Podcast Listeners League live stream draft, and we have a draft that is going to go live in about 12 to 13 minutes. We have a dozen Dynasty Owners ready to go. I'm going to be joined in a couple of minutes by Jay Pounds, who is also in the league. Jay just is needed to do a couple of things before he could join us, but he said he'll be on right away. Let's take a quick look. Let's look at the draft board we got here. Hopefully everybody can see it. And we've got the draft order here. If you're not familiar with Dynasty Owner, you get the draft board on the top, and then the salaries will appear up there as well. So we are looking forward to it. Hopefully everything goes well. But this is the draft board here. Hopefully the live board will populate once we are ready to go. So thanks everybody for joining. Hope you have a good time. If you have any questions or anything you want to comment on, please jump in, join the chat. Don't forget to hit the like button to make sure that we are going to be, that you are joining us talking about this. Tell us what you think of some picks. And don't forget to, like I said, don't forget to hit the like button. First comment is, I've got Nick. Actually, I kind of like the 10 spot. I don't know how that happened. Nick's our head commissioner, so I don't know if you had anything to do with Nick. If you did, thank you very much. If you didn't, thank you very much anyway. So appreciate it. So we've got 12 Dynasty Owners. We've got a couple of new Dynasty Owners with us here. We've got a bunch of returning owners. We've got Jay and myself. We've got a couple of bigwigs here on Dynasty Owner. We've got Dynasty Trade School, whose name's Rudy. You've probably seen him, might have seen him on a couple of live streams and everything. And if you follow the Chase for the Ring standings, you saw his name. He finished third in 2021 overall, and he finished third with the same team in 2020. So that's pretty impressive. So he's probably our odds-on favorite to be the league champion. But we've got other people. We've got the other team in the league is the Hip Hopopotamus. Hope I got the name right. And he was undefeated in 2021 until week 13. He was like the third to last team to lose a game. So that was in one of the leagues, and I looked at him a little bit. He's in like 10 startup leagues. So he's probably drafted a lot recently. This is my first startup draft for the year. I've done some mock drafts and been in the mock draft lobby a lot, but I haven't actually drafted a new team this year. In the first spot, the number one draft pick, his team name is Meat Mountain, and he won a league last year. So again, we have some people who have won leagues. I think some of the other people in his have won leagues. I remember the Nashville Riverboat Gamblers, who have the fourth pick. I know they've been a beta user for a long time, and I think I remember them being in the top of the Chase for the Ring. I'm going to have to check out the league, the chat here to see if anybody's touting themselves. But if anybody in this league is on the YouTube, tell us what your experience is. And we've got some new teams here. I know we've got J-Dogs 49ers, and they're going to be drafting in the 7th spot, and this is their first Dynasty Owner league. And then we've got Dem Chi-Town Boys. This is their first Dynasty Owner team, and they're drafting in the 11th slot. So I'm gonna snipe you a couple of times, Chi-Town, and you're probably gonna snipe me a couple of times, but it'll be fun. So I'm looking at my clock. It's 7:51. Let's go check out the clock here and see what the clock says. How long we're here? We got 11 minutes. So that clock my clock here on my computer might be a little fast, but yes. So we've got Mansell. This is his first time. Them Chi-Town boys. Like I said, I'm going to snipe you a couple of times, maybe in the first round. We'll see. I got the 10 pick, as you can see right here, and he's got the 11 pick right there. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be a lot. Hopefully he doesn't snipe me on the guy I want in the second round, because that'd be bad, because it'll take me a while to get back to the third. But should be fun. If you're in the league, let us know. If you're just joining us just to be on, just to pay attention and have fun, let us know. So appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody joining us. So yeah, it's saying mine is saying a little bit less time. Mine says 10 minutes. I see somebody said 7 minutes. So we'll see. Hopefully, as long as I get the draft, as long as I'm okay, that's all that matters. But it'll be fun. Let's check out. We can also check out the chat here. Yes. Nashville Riverboat Gamblers said he's in his third year. He was in the top 25 of the Chase for the Ring. However, I have to say, I've seen your name before, Nashville Riverboat Gamblers, which tells me that you've been in it at some point. Maybe you were in the 20s and dropped out or something, or maybe you finished high. It just it'll be very good. So, all right. So we've got another owner here. This is Tragic Bronson. He's got the number 2 pick. I guess he said co-owned a team with a friend last year, then went out on my own and picked up a few orphans in this one. Very good. Well, we are looking forward to having you in the league. I'm very excited that everybody's doing this. So, and I think we have a little breaking news here. Jason, who I think is J-Dogs 49ers, said that Debo just signed 3 years, $71 million. Obviously, that's not going to take effect this year, just so everybody knows. That's not going to take effect till next year, assuming it's an extension and not they ripped up his contract for this year. So if you're drafting this year tonight with us, don't have to worry about it until next year. You can draft him, keep him at, I think it's 1.8 million is his salary. And so you get to keep him at 1.8 this year, and then you have to figure out how to pay him that 20, what was it be 20, almost $24 million. I'm kind of surprised he got less than DK Metcalf. If those numbers are here correct, that's less. And I'm very surprised, actually. I would have thought after DK signed that Debo would get more, especially because he really wasn't happy being with the 49ers. You would think they'd have to throw him a little bit more cash. So we'll see. I don't know the details. Mike from Spot Track will fill us in on the details, and we'll make sure we've got everything. So, thanks for joining us. Let's see how much it says 8 minutes, but I might be a little bit slow. So, I'll have to keep up with this. We'll see. We're kind of doing something new here. I'm going to turn this off. 50. Okay. So Jason says 58.1 guaranteed. So maybe he got more guaranteed than DK did. And that explains why he took a little bit less. So we'll see. Like I said, it doesn't matter for this year, and the guarantee doesn't matter for us in Dynasty Owners. It's just the average annual salary. So if you're tuning in and you're not familiar, we use real NFL salaries and contracts. So that's why Debo Samuel's extension is very important to us. It's 3 years, $71 million. It'll average out to just under $24 million, like $23.67 million a year. And we use the average annual salary so that it's very difficult. Otherwise, that's why NFL teams have like whole departments that deal with the salary cap. And so, we're just people. We can't do that. So we use the average annual value. And I've got somebody asking a question here. When will Julio Jones' contract get updated? Hopefully soon. It's in the process. Unfortunately, a lot of websites, when you're talking about ESPN or CBS or any of the MIF Sleeper or any of those, all they have to do is change a team name, and it's pretty easy. we have to go in and change a salary and all the years and what their year they're ending and the average and the total contract. So it's a little more complicated, but hopefully that will be done soon. But I did notice that Julio hasn't been changed yet. So he is $22 million right now on the site. So if you're in this draft and you want to draft him, you have to draft him at $22 million. You'll know that you'll be getting $16 million in savings very, very soon. But that's just the way it is. These are not instantaneous results. But thank you for the question, Justin. I appreciate it. And hopefully it'll be updated soon. It could even be updated tomorrow. Sometimes these things run overnight. So I know something about it, but I don't know enough to explain it completely. So we'll see. Either way, it'll be updated. So if you have Julio in a Dynasty Owner league, you just have to continue to be patient. I know I'm waiting for Chris Carson's salary to be turned a free agent so that I can get rid of him in one of the Dynasty Owner leagues and shed that $5.2 million salary. It hasn't happened yet, so I just have to be a little bit patient. But everybody has to be patient. No, it's not like some leagues are getting updated numbers and others aren't. Everybody's in the same spot here. So there's no advantage. This is not a slow draft where one day his salary is going to be X and the next day it's going to be Y. Everybody's got the same numbers. So that's an advantage. That's actually a good thing. So another question from Jason here. There's not a penalty. However, you will not be allowed to do that, Jason. At a certain point, if your salaries are too high, you will not be able to draft certain players. So, for example, if you, on the last pick, the 25th pick, and your salary was, if you had $143 million in salary, anybody with a salary greater than $2.74 million would not be available to you to draft. And you'll see that happen if you get up there. You'll start to see some players, some of the more expensive quarterbacks will start to drop off, and you won't be able to draft them at a certain point. And it factors in how many picks you have left. So you may have $30 million left and wonder why you can't draft a quarterback that's $27 million. And it might be because you have too many picks remaining in addition that don't allow you to make that pick. So you'll see that. I know this is his first Dynasty Owner draft. That's why we recommend mock drafting. If you're thinking about doing a Dynasty Owner draft, you haven't done one, you're looking at this, you're interested. That's why I strongly, strongly, strongly recommend you go out and do some mock drafts, because it'll help you learn some of these things. They're mocks, they don't count. You get a team, you look at it, you see how you did versus other people or bots, and you start to get a sense of where people go and how much it is and how you can do it. So my tips for this are, don't spend all your salary cap early, because if you have 20 players and hardly any money left, you're going to have 5 players who are not going to play for you. And that's going to be a hamstring. I don't think people can win that way. So we'll see. So it should be fun. Let's see how much time we've got. Mine says 2.2, just under 3 minutes. Mine might be a little bit slow. I might have to refresh this and see what happens, because it's saying 8 o'clock on my thing. So let's check this out. Nope, it's saying 3 minutes for me. So we'll see. The system might just be a bit behind. We'll see. And hope Jay's going to join us. Jay's got the 3rd pick, and very exciting. So I know that Meat Mountain is on. He's the first one on the clock. Let's see. He hasn't taken one yet, but he will be taking it first. And then I'll kind of report these, and hopefully the window with the draft board pops up and I can keep that on here and keep myself in the corner. That way you don't have to see me too much. You can see what's going on with the draft. Oh, that pick. So there we go. All right. Our pick is in. Hopefully people can see that. I'm going to have to stop sharing this one and share the other one and try to get the board there. But the person who was picked is Justin Herbert. That was the first pick. So Justin Herbert and 6.6 $6.44, $6.6 million basically. He goes with the first pick to Meat Mountain. So congratulations. Good pick. Good pick. I would have hoped that if I was in the middle, about the fifth pick, that would happen. So good. This is Dave Delp. We know Dave. His name's Big Grizz. I'm in a league with him. That's a good question. If Najee Harris is there at 3, I gotta say Jay's gonna take him. And the answer, the good question, Chad. I think Jay should be on his phone, as far as I know. He's not here with me on the screen, but I think has access to the draft room. So you can let the clock run out if you want. You can draft right away. Hopefully, if Jay didn't set up a queue, hopefully he has somebody in there. But thank you. That's very nice of you, Chad, and we appreciate it. But I think you should be fine. All right, and we got Rudy here. Rudy's online, and I think he's going to be ready to pick. So, all right, welcome, Rudy. All right, so Jonathan Taylor went with the number 2 pick, and that's no surprise. He's been going number 1 in a lot of Dynasty Owner drafts, and for good reason. He's running back, number 1 running back last year in Dynasty Owner platform fantasy points wise, and he's under $2 million. So that's a great pick. So I got to think that Jay is going to be taking Najee Harris here. I don't know for sure, but hopefully I can't tell if he's online here. I might have to switch off. It looks like he is. He's got the little green dot going, so that tells me that he's there. It looks like you can't see it on this big screen on the board that we have here, but it's hopefully that's there. So, all right. So we'll see who Jay is going to pick. I think it's an upset if Jay doesn't pick Najee Harris. Jay's a Steelers fan, in case people aren't aware. Najee Harris has a great salary. It's a little over $3 million. He was the number 3 running back in Dynasty Owner last year. And getting him with the number 3 pick is good value, good selection. I wouldn't blame him for taking him. So we'll see how that goes. So, but hopefully Jay gets on and makes that pick. I don't have a way to get a hold of him, unfortunately. So I'll try to send him a quick Slack message and let him know. So, okay. Okay, well, he is on his way back home. So hopefully he said he's on his motorcycle on his way back. So not to divulge too much information, but hopefully he's there and can make the pick, or at least if he I hope he at least set up a queue so that he gets his pick in. So let's see how much time his pick has. It's like 45 seconds. So I hope that this happens. So we wanted to try to push this back, but we couldn't, unfortunately. But so hopefully we get everybody here. I can see that everybody but one team is available, and so we'll try to hopefully get in touch with that owner. So, but hopefully Jay has the queue up, and he's got Najee as in his queue, and that'll take him there. So. And then after that, we've got the Nashville Riverboat Gamblers with the number 4 pick. Then we've got Dynasty Trade School, Mad Minshew with the number, who's Rudolph Valentine, who has the number 5 pick, who has been a 2-time top 5, top 3 chase of the ring finisher. So, Jay, Kyle Pitts. I wonder if he didn't think that Najee was going to be available. So we'll find out. So. We'll see what happened. Yeah, I don't know if it was bad luck or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he prefers Kyle Pitts. I know he really likes Kyle Pitts. But maybe he didn't think that Najee would last. I shouldn't be too surprised. So, all right, the Nashville Riverboat Gamblers have taken Justin Jefferson with the number 4 pick. first wide receiver off the board. No surprise that he's the first wide receiver off the board. He is actually he is only. I mean, he is what's his salary? I think it's like 3.2 million right now. I need to look at these things. So we'll see. But that's a good pick. That's not a surprise. Some people, we've had arguments. People will say that Jamar Chase is a better wide receiver to take than Justin Jefferson because he has a better connection with Burrow. That's debatable. I think the savings of about $4.5 million makes Jefferson a little bit higher in my estimation. I think they probably produce about the same number of points. So I would take Jefferson. Yep. And Dustin, who is the Nashville Riverboat Gambler, said he went with Justin Jefferson because of the salary. And that's one of the differences Dynasty Owner, that you have to factor the salaries in. And so you may think that Jamar Chase is a tiny bit better than Justin Jefferson, but that's $4.5 million. And that could be a couple of players at the end of the draft. You could upgrade players at the end of the draft if you wanted. So these sometimes are tougher decisions. Value in terms of what people talk about ADP value and getting somebody later in the draft than their ADP is a little bit different in Dynasty Owner because sometimes you just have to factor in the salary in terms of where you're picking somebody. So we've got Rudy on. He's going to be taking the 5th pick. We'll see who goes with. He's got about he just made a pick a little bit behind, and he took Jamar Chase. So wonder if Rudy was happy that Justin Jefferson went beforehand, if he was worried that the Riverboat Gamblers were going to take Justin Jefferson. I don't know. Hopefully he'll tell us. So, but if anybody has any commentary about these picks or who they picked or how they picked or what's going on, drop it in the chat if you're watching and listening to us. Next up, we've got the Oracle, and I know the Oracle's been in some Dynasty Owner leagues. I don't remember how many. I didn't have enough time to do some of that research at the end, but I do know that that name is familiar. So hopefully the Oracle. Okay. Yep, he's been doing Dynasty Owner, I think, for a while. I'm not sure if he's a beta user, who are the original people who did Dynasty Owner back in 2019, but I think he's been around for quite a few years. So, and there's Najee Harris going with the 6th pick to the Oracle. I think that's a great pick. Personally, if I'd been the Riverboat Gamblers or Rudy, I would have taken Najee personally. But if I had been Jay, I would have taken Najee as well. But we'll see. This is the fun part about these things. So now we've got a rookie drafting here, J Dog 49ers, who's been in our chat here. So this is his first pick, his first ever Dynasty Owner pick. So let's see who he takes with his first pick. Is he going to go with Debo if he's a 49ers fan? I mean, his team name ends in 49ers. I don't know. That's possible. That would seem to be a bit of a stretch here at this pick, personally, but we'll see who he goes with. Does he go with a running back? What happens? Okay, so here's Rudy talking about his pick. He said, I like Jefferson better as a receiver, but youth offense, number 1 red zone option. And I don't have any shares of Chase in any of the 6 leagues. Okay, so, okay. Well, and you couldn't pick, and honestly, Rudy, you couldn't pick Justin Jefferson. He was gone. So if you wanted a receiver and you like Chase better, you're happy about that Dustin and the Riverboat Gamblers didn't take him ahead of you. So, all right. So then after J-Dog 49ers, we've got All Barkley, No Bite. And I can't remember if they're a new team or not. The name isn't familiar, but I didn't look it up. I did find a couple of them who are new. So, all right. So the first pick for our new Dynasty Owner is Austin Eckler with the number 7 pick. So good pick. He's got 2 years left on this contract, and it's $6 million, which is much more affordable than some of those other running backs like your Joe Mixons, Derrick Henry, CMCs, who are all in double digits, Dalvin Cook. So we'll see. That's a good pick. He was actually in Dynasty Owner last year. He was the running back too, and his salary is not too bad, too onerous. I mean, obviously, you'd much rather have Jonathan Taylor, but when you get the seventh pick in the Dynasty Owner startup draft, you're not getting Jonathan Taylor. Sorry to say. You almost got. I guess the question for J Dog here, 49ers, would have been, if Najee had lasted to there, would you have taken Najee over Austin Eckler? The answer for me would be yes, but we'll find out. All right. Oh, okay. All Barkley, no bite has taken Derrick Henry, and then it looks like Hurts Me Harder is auto drafting or very fast because he took Christian McCaffrey. So that means I'm on the clock, which means I'm going to have to do some looking around and see what I want to do. Let's see who's available here. Who do I want? Who do I don't want? Okay. Okay. All right. I have my pick. And I'm actually excited. I'm excited about this pick. I haven't made it quite yet. But it's somebody I don't think I have anywhere else. I think I had him in a redraft league last year. I still do redraft. It's fun. Sometimes it's fun. I did a couple of charity leagues. And so I like this. I like this player. I think this is, I think, at the 10th pick. This is a pick. I'm happy to make this. I'm happy to make this selection. And Dave, you are correct, Dave Delpin. It's not the Denver running back is not Melvin Gordon. I'm going to take Javonte Williams. So we're going to pop that in there. And I'm happy with that. I'll be happy with that. That's who I was thinking I could get at the 10th pick, and I did. So I'll take that. So what do you think? Tell me what you think. Did I make a good pick, a bad pick? There's a lot of other guys out there. I could have had my pick of quarterbacks. I could have had, besides Justin Herbert, I could have had Burrow. I could have gone big and gone with Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I could have gone with Kyler Murray. There's a lot of people out there who I could have taken. I could have taken another running back, another expensive running back. I could have gone with like a Dalvin Cook or a Joe Mixon there. But so let me know what you think. Oh, okay. Well, J-Dog said that he almost took him over Eckler. So I have to say I probably would have, but it's a tight competition. All right. And then them Chi-Town boys, their first ever Dynasty Owner draft pick was CeeDee Lamb with the number 11 pick. And somebody I considered with the 10 pick, but I didn't think Javonte would last backwards. So I decided to not do that. Okay, the next two picks, the Hip Hopopotamus took DeAndre Swift with the 12 pick and Breece Hall with 13 pick. So he got two basically starting running backs, probably his two starting Dynasty Owner running backs right there in the first two rounds, and spent less than $4.4 million in salary. So I think those are two quality picks. I've heard Breece Hall has been going higher in some of these drafts than the first pick in the second round. And as I mentioned before, this is not a new Dynasty Owner. The Hip Hopopotamus, he was undefeated through 12 weeks last year in one of his Dynasty Owner leagues. In a first-year league, he was like the third. There were one person finished with a perfect record. They didn't win the Chase of the Ring, but they finished with a perfect record. And he was, and the Hip Hopopotamus was the third. Everybody lost the game. There were only 3 undefeated teams left in week 13, and he was one of the teams that lost at that point. So, okay, so who was taken next? Uncle Lenny, them Chi-Town boys to me. So, all right, so now I've got to go in and do some research and see who I want. I'm on the record of thinking that I would take James Conner over Leonard Fournette, but I don't think I'm going to take Uncle Lenny. I don't think I'm going to take Uncle Lenny, James Conner there, as much as I would probably like to do it. I think I'm going to go a little bit different. I'm pretty sure I know who I'm going to pick here. I might just run the clock a little bit for Jay's benefit because he hasn't jumped on quite yet. So what I might do is I might set the queue here for myself and then let it kind of run a little bit so that to give Jay a little bit of time to get online. Okay. Okay. We'll see. So Jay will be on in a minute or two, but I'll still give this a minute. So, but take a guess. Try to take a guess who I'm going to take here, everybody. If anybody's got ideas, Dave Delp, you got the first one pick right. Who do you think I'm going to take with this one? So thank you, Dustin. I see Dustin, Nashville Riverboat Gambler said he's okay to run the clock. I think Jay will be on by then, but we'll see. But that's great. We appreciate that. But I'll run the clock out. So the other thing about running the clock for me is people can kind of guess who they think I might be picking. So, all right. Dave Delp has Mark Andrews or Burrow. And you are one of those. It's one of those two people. Yes. So we'll see. So I mean, do I go with the tight end? Or do I kind of take a quarterback and have the second quarterback taken? So all right, I'm seeing Jay on. What's up, Jay? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing not too happy.
All right. Well, your mic's a little high, so
all right.
Sorry.
That better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. All right. So we're on the 13th pick. I was just kind of letting it play out a little bit. Sorry about you not getting to be here for the first pick.
Yeah, that's fine. My son made my pick for me for some reason, so I'm not too thrilled about having Kyle Pitts at 3 at all. So we'll see. Probably be another rebuilding team.
One pick in and you're like, all right. Well, I took Joe Burrow. I took Joe Burrow with my so, and then right afterwards, Hurts Me Harder, who I think is auto drafting right now, has Josh Allen. So that is very expensive. That team is very expensive. Right now, Hurts Me Harder has spent $59 million in salary for 2 players. In contrast, if we want to look at the over on the right, the Hip Hoppopotamus has 2 players as well and has spent $4.4 million. Dem Chi-Town Boys has spent $10.5 million for their 2 players, and I spent $11.26 million for my 2 players. So different strategies, though. It could be just different strategies. We'll see. And the next pick is in. All Barkley, no bite is picked Nick Chubb with their pick. So, so how are you going to rectify the Kyle Pitts situation, Jay?
I don't know.
The running back in the second and third round.
I don't know. I'm not happy at all. I know that.
Sorry,
I have no idea. I had players queued up and all the way through the second round. I told them to log in, and I don't know. I'm not happy at all.
Okay. All right. Well,
I wanted Jamar Chase, but
okay. Well, you can swing a trade with Rudy. All right. So our next pick is in, and it is Elijah Mitchell. So J-Dog 49ers took a 49er. So Elijah Mitchell with, what would that be? The 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18th pick, overall pick. What are you thinking? What do you think, Jay?
Sorry.
That's okay. Elijah Mitchell.
Again, I'm just
Elijah Mitchell with the 18th pick.
Really not happy. It's not too bad. I would have went a different direction, but to each their own.
Yeah. No, exactly. So and his salary, the salaries right now are low for him. He's got a little over $7 million. So out of the people who've drafted 2 players, that's the second lowest. So, that leaves him opportunities to get higher priced players next round, later on in the draft. We'll see. So now we've got the Oracles on the draft. We'll see what happens. So we'll see what happens. He already has Najee Harris, and so we'll see if he backs that up with a second running back or somebody else, or takes a wide receiver. We haven't had a wide receiver in quite a while. Actually, there are only 3 so far. CeeDee Lamb with the 11 pick was the last one. So a lot of good wide receivers out there. I mean, honestly. So I didn't see the pick. You have like Cooper Kupp is out there. Jalen Waddle, Debo, who is reportedly got a contract supposedly. Okay, and the Oracle took Joe Mixon. So apparently, the report is that 3 years, $71 million for Debo. But I guess the guarantee is higher than DK, so which explains why, which explains probably the lower amount. So we'll see. All right, so now we got Rudy. What's Rudy going to do? There's a lot of green on this board, and green's running backs. If you're just joining us, not familiar, green's running backs, red's quarterbacks, purple is wide receivers, and blue are tight ends, and kickers are, I think, orange. I forget what kickers are. We'll find out in about round 12 or 13 what kickers are. Doubtful we'll find out before that, because Dynasty Owner does have kickers. We do have kickers. You got to have a kicker or 2 in reality, because you need a bench kicker as well. You have to have at least 1, but you can have 2. Some people have 3 or more. So we'll see what's up. Okay, Rudy made his pick, and Rudy's pick is Travis Etienne from the Jaguars. So, all right, Rudy. Very good. He has a little under $11 million in salaries for his first 2 players. So, yep. Yeah. All right. Jason says, yes, they're orange. I couldn't remember, Jason. I haven't done a startup in a while. So I was pretty sure they were orange, but I couldn't honestly remember. But you'll see a lot of orange at the end, probably, or kind of in the high teens, low 20s. That's when they start to go off the board generally. So very good. Okay. So, is that Cooper Kupp I'm seeing by the Riverboat Gamblers? Yep. Okay. All right. Oh,
I'll take Cam Akers. Get a running back.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick there. That's a great pick. That's what pick are you? That's your 12, 20 in the 20s.
So, yeah. I'll take it at the end of the second round.
Yeah. I mean, Akers is very affordable. I mean, Jay's salary he's about $1.5 million, if I'm correct. I'm trying to remember right now. So that's good. You should be happy with that pick. That's a very quality pick there. So I wonder if Tragic Bronson or Meat Mountain were hoping that Cam would last until that pick. We'll have to check out the chat on the I'll have to check out the chat here and see what's going on. So, what's the chat? What does the chat say? Oh, okay. All right. We'll see. We might have to send a note to Hurts Me Harder. Do you have can you email him or something, Jay? I mean, I'm kind of surprised. Everybody's agreed to this time. So, but
yeah, I'll see if I can find his email.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the next pick was Jalen Waddle from the Dolphins. Commissioner Nick's possibly favorite player. So that's a good pick. And some people, if you're not familiar with Dynasty, might be surprised that Waddle went ahead of Tyreek Hill, but Waddle is a little under $7 million. I think his salary is like 6.7, and Tyreek Hill is $18 million right now. So there's a lot bigger. It costs you a lot more in salary to take Tyreek Hill over Jalen Waddle, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Hill going pretty soon. So we've got Tragic Chad here. I think that's Tragic Bronson. He's hoping for ATM, but happy with Waddle. So good. You should be happy with Waddle. That's a good pick. I think that's a good. I don't like the Dolphins, but I even think that's a good pick. So. All right, so now we've got Meat Mountain here on the clock, and he's been, they've been waiting a while. We're on. It's tough being the first pick. It's tough being the 12th pick because you kind of have to wait around a long time, and then you go boom, boom, and then you don't draft for a while. I'm not a big fan of the ends personally. 10's okay. But that's as far as I like to go on. That's as far as I like to go on the end, and I don't like being early, like the 1-2. Just because I don't like the gap in terms of like the talent that you that you draft at the 1 or the 2, and then you have to wait till the 24th to take your next player. So what do we think? Does he go with somebody like Keenan Allen and stack him with Herbert?
No,
That would be
I
interesting.
don't think so this early.
No, I don't think so either. But it would be an interesting idea.
Definitely an idea to consider later on in the draft.
Yeah, well, but that's the problem if you're him, because at this point you're not getting back to the 48th pick. So you have to think if you want Keenan Allen, you want to do that stack, you have to think, is he going to survive to the 48th pick?
Right.
And if he doesn't, then you lose that stack. I guess you could always stack Mike Williams with him. But so we'll see. How much time does he have left on the clock? Looking, not that much. So we'll see. I assume he's on making a decision here. We'll see. He's got the little green dot that tells me he's on. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, there we go. Oh, Mark Andrews. Okay. Very good. That's who Dave Delp thought I might take with the 3rd pick in this round. So he lasted quite a while. That was your number 1 tight end last year. I mean, he was a lot cheaper last year. He was only $863,000, and now he's $14 million. So something tells me Rudy, who in the chat said Mark Andrews, something tells me Rudy may have wanted Mark Andrews and thought he would last back to him. So, because he's calling it a turd pick. We'll see. Oops, sorry. Then Rudy said he had to take ATN. He was an elite prospect coming in with pass catching chops. Yeah. We'll see what happens. So, all right, Jay, you got a pickup coming up in a couple of picks. We're actually pretty separated, so that makes it interesting. So who else did he take? He took T. Higgins. Oh, well, there goes my stacking idea with Joe Burrow. I was thinking about it. I'm kind of surprised T went this early, but I was thinking that would be a nice thing to do, would be to stack him up with him. But oh well, didn't get him. Okay, Rudy says Mark Andrews at 24 is too early. I tend to agree, but at a certain point, if he wants Mark Andrews, I don't think Mark Andrews is going to last to the 48th pick. So if you want him, you kind of have to take him there. All right, too early for Higgins. I agree. I was hoping he would last to my pick, but we'll see. So okay, so we got Tragic Bronson's on the clock, and they've got Jonathan Taylor and Jalen Waddle. Are we thinking he's going running back 2? Are we thinking he's going with a quarterback?
I really haven't even looked at the quarterbacks to see who's available yet. Let's see here.
Yeah. Because you get Kyler Murray. You could get Kyler Murray for one more year at 8.9. Yeah. You could get Jalen Hurts at 1.5. That would be interesting. And he went with Travis Kelce. Okay. 14.3 million, a touch over Mark Andrews. But until last year, Travis Kelce was the number 1 tight end in pretty much every format for several years running. So you can't really go... If he performs, you can't really go wrong with that. I wonder if Tragic Bronson's going to try to. He's got some salary cap room. I wonder if he's going to try to scoop up Patrick Mahomes in a little while to pair him with Travis Kelce. Not to give away. I'm not giving away any secrets or things. I'm just speculating here, just talking. So I don't know anything about his team or ideas or setup or anything like that, but we'll see. Don't worry, I've already got Joe Burrow. I'm not taking him on you. So Jay, as you can see, maybe we'll make it bigger right now. Jay's deep in contemplating. Oops, why do I have that? I don't need that. Jay is deep in thought.
I'll go Stephon Diggs. He's got 2 years yet on $14 million. On probably the top offense in football. Probably go that route. I had a sound plan coming in, and it's just frustrating that it can't come together.
Well, that's okay. It happens.
It sucks.
All right, so Jay took Stephon, as he said, took Stephon Diggs. Oh,
not my choice here. I just kind of have to.
Yeah.
I need.
All right, Jason J Dog is asking me not to name players. I think he's joking. Like he says, he's joking later on. So, we'll see. This is the danger of having your draft go live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and everything. Is that people, people could mention in the chat somebody's missing, and the rest of the owners see it. So we'll see. All right. So who is the pick? I can't. James Conner, very good. I like. It's funny because Uncle Lenny, who has went with the 14th pick, and James Conner scoring in the beginning of the third round, and they have identical contracts. I mean, 3 years, $21 million, so $7 million a year. If Conner had lasted, I would have taken him there. So, but I had a long time to go, so I have a feeling he probably wouldn't have busted through Rudy and other people. So we'll see. So, because the three of the teams in the middle here, the Oracle, J-Dog, and All Barkley No Bite, they all have 2 running backs already. So you wonder if they would have taken a third, if Connor was available, if they would have taken a third one. I don't know. So, all right. So Rudy's on the clock. I wonder what do you think of Rudy? What do we think Rudy's thinking here?
He can really go anywhere. He's got the young stud receiver and a young running back that's projected to do well. So he's got a lot of options here.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I think he could. A question whether he wants another wide receiver or his first quarterback, or whether he would take another, maybe take a tight end. There's 3 of them have gone. So we'll see. There comes a certain point where the good tight ends are gone, and you have to kind of decide what you want to do with the position. Do you punt it, or do you kind of pay up for somebody? I'm not sure what I'm going to do, honestly. I got to think I need to take one in the next 2 rounds if I want one of the elite ones, or I'm going to kind of have to wait a little bit. So we'll see. It'll be interesting.
I'm sending an email real quick to Hurts Me Harder.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Finally got it to load up.
Okay. Oh, all right. Kenneth Walker. Or Ken Walker, as apparently he's being called nowadays. I don't know why the difference is, but Kenneth Walker with the 3rd pick. Very good. I'll answer. This is our friend Dave Brady, who's in a lot of Dynasty Owner leagues. Hopefully soon. The answer is asked when the player updates. Hopefully soon. It's just we have to get the information and have to get it then loaded and everything. So it can be very fast, but sometimes it takes a while. So I'm hoping very soon. But for this draft, the purposes of this draft, Julio Jones is still $22 million. Kyle Rudolph is still $6 million. Chris Carson's still available out there, but you obviously aren't going to take him in a startup. But we're all in the same boat. It's not going to change. Julio Jones's contract is not going to change midstream. So nobody has to worry about that. So, all right, we got the Oracle going next. We'll see who they go with. All right. That Dalvin Cook. Very interesting. Okay, 3 running backs for the Oracle. So, okay. So you got the Oracle's got his flex, or he's got the first bench player right now. I got to think he's probably going to start Najee, Joe Mixon, and Dalvin Cook. But that's a lot of running back money already. That's $27.8 million in running backs already. So
Yeah, that's a quite a good
It's a
chunk
lot
of the salary for some running backs.
yes. But if they, if Mixon and Cook play as well, if all three of them play as well as they did last year, those are great picks.
Yeah, and what he's doing is taking them away from everybody else. So now that's three solid running backs we can't draft.
That's true.
Now, running back gets a little more thin.
That is true. I was wondering if I was going to think about spending up for Cook at this point, but I didn't have to just make that decision. All right. Well, this is probably not a surprise with his team name. J-Dog 49ers has taken Deebo Samuel. So back-to-back 49ers. He has yet to take somebody who doesn't play in the he's yet to take anybody who doesn't play in the state of California. So we'll see if he can keep that up with your fourth. You'll see if you can keep that up with your fourth round pick. Trying to think of some of the guys who might be available at that fourth round pick who on the Rams or Chargers that he might take. Maybe take one of my favorite quarterbacks from last year, Matthew Stafford.
It'll be interesting to see where the quarterbacks start going.
Yes. Oh, I'm seeing hurts me harder on dot. I don't know if that means he's on or not, but so we'll see. Okay. Keenan Allen. And then Saquon Barkley, Saquon Barkley. So Barkley, no bite, went with Keenan Allen, Saquon, and passing over the namesake of Saquon Barkley. And now it is my turn. So, Jay, you can hang out and talk for a little while because I got.
All right.
Not too hard. I'm not going to think too hard.
I'm wondering if hurts me harder was thinking we were doing the second start time.
I don't know. I posted that we didn't end up.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
So one would hope that he got that message
or anything. So
yeah. So okay. What do I want here?
Who do you guys think Steve's gonna go with here? See, Dave Delp thinks you're gonna pick David Montgomery.
Oh, I was just looking at David Montgomery. That's a very astute decision.
Yeah, now Javonte and Joe Burrow. I like to start.
Thank you. I do too. I'm debating.
Really at a point where it's time to decide whether you want to start spending up on some players or take shots on younger guys.
Yeah, that is kind of where I'm at right now. Trying to decide that. Yeah, I think it's a little too early for Monty. I'm going to go a little young. Antonio Gibson from the Commanders.
Not a bad pick at all there. No. There's some people that are low on him going into the season, but I like him still. I don't see anybody there taking over for him.
No, there's rumors. I mean, people think that McKissick will take catches away from him a lot and that they drafted Brian Robinson as high as they did because they have plans. But even if he's not, he's my running back too at this point. And if he's good, not great, that's okay because the salary is so low. I can spend my money. I can spend some money later on. I will spend money. I'm not anybody who's going to go under 100 million in salary or anything like that. I will leave myself 10, 12, 15 million dollars of wiggle room, or maybe less depending on who's available, but I'm not going to have $40 million in cap room. That's just not my game. So, yeah. And I'll tell you what, everybody, all these guesses, David Montgomery, AJ Brown, Michael Pittman, Darren Waller. I thought about all of those guys. I did look, and yeah, they were all contemplated. I didn't pick any of them, but they were all contemplated. Now, if any of those guys last till the next round, they could be on my team. We'll see. We shall see. So, it's them Chi-Town boys, one of our new Dynasty owners.
He's gonna take Cole Kmet.
You're predicting it, or did you see it?
No, I'm just joking. It's just because of it. He's got Chi-Town in his name.
Oh, he could. Hey, that's not he could take David Montgomery.
Yeah,
a little over $1 million. He's pretty much the back there. But the only problem with Monty is that he's 1 year. But Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, very good. I have to say, I've spent about the same amount as them Chi-Town boys, and I like for $12 million, he's got a pretty solid 3 guys there. And then Hip Hopopotamus, clearly his strategy is, not that I know it, but I'm guessing based on the fact that he's made 4 picks and spent under $8 million. His strategy is clearly to go for value, low salary players early, and then I assume spend his money at a certain point in the middle. So
yeah,
all right, we're gonna try to move this board up a little bit and see.
That's not a bad strategy. There's usually some talent left in the middle of the draft. It's just more expensive talent.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if I can. Let me see if I can get. Maybe we can make it full screen. Is that how you make it full screen? I'm terrible at these kind of things. All right. Well, I try to figure out how to make the screen a little bit bigger. We'll see what's going on. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. I don't use Google very much, so people might be able to tell. What's that? No, that doesn't do it. All right, maybe I'll take this off. Oh, F11. Okay, very good. We'll see if that works. Oh wait, I don't have the Fs on my thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, hang on. There we go. Thank you, Jay.
Oh, that was Nick that helped us with that.
Oh, okay. But then the question is, how do I get back to the other screen?
And there goes them Chi-Town boys did end up taking David Montgomery. So
okay. Thank you, Nick.
For Chicago showed through. No, that's not a bad pick there. He's cheap.
Yeah.
He's going to get a lot of work.
Yep. All right. So now I actually have, I might have well, the bad part about doing this that way is that I have to is I need to get back to the tab where I can actually draft people from. So sorry everybody. All right. The board's still there, it's just not as big. So all right. What am I gonna do?
Dave Delp thinking Waller is going to be the pick. Nice. He's sitting with 2 running backs and a quarterback, so thinking probably the wide receiver position is the way Steve is going to go here.
Yeah.
I don't know who.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take somebody I actually really like. I like Deontay Johnson a lot. So
it'll be interesting to see how he plays out next year.
Yes. Based on what we've discussed a few times, you don't think the Steelers are going to keep him, and we'll see where he goes. But I think for a year at just over $1 million, I'm happy to take him. And then hurts me harder took AJ Brown, who I thought about maybe taking. I'm not sure what's going to happen with him in Philadelphia. Personally, I think Deontay's going to get thrown to a lot personally, which is why I picked him over AJ Brown. I could be wrong. We'll find out, but yeah, so.
Yeah, he should. I mean, I've seen a lot of reports about Pickens doing very well in camp so far, but
yes,
I think he'll cut into Claypool more than he does Johnson if he has a prominent role.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. So we'll see.
They're just very similar players.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So we're an hour into the live stream. We're only about 45 minutes into the draft. We are 40 picks in. So we're going about a minute a pick, which isn't too bad.
No, not at all.
So sometimes it'll get slower in the middle or at the end, just simply because it's hard. Sometimes it's harder to make decisions at the end. So some people will set that cue and just kind of roll with it. Other people take the full 3 minutes when it's like the 15th round. So, but we'll see what's going on here. So we've got all Barkley, no bite. Excuse me, at this point. Excuse me, that's keeping me up. So I wonder if they'll go quarterback or tight end here, because or take another receiver. There's only been 4 quarterbacks. There's only been 4 quarterbacks taken right now.
Yeah,
I'm a bit surprised. Oh, all right. So for all you people out there who want to know some tips, here's one from Rudy. I try to take at least 2 minutes just to scroll down and look and board. So that's good advice. Sometimes if I know who I want, I'll just take it. I don't need to think about it. Other times I will look around, and if I have somebody I'm thinking of, but I want to see who else is available. For me, it varies. If I know somebody I want on some drafts, I'll just draft in like 5 seconds because I just want that guy, and I don't want to overthink it.
Yeah, I don't think either. It's interesting how people have such different ways of drafting. It's always something I've been.
So does J-Dog 49ers take Trey Lance here?
That's kind of what I was expecting, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see. I mean, or he could take Matthew Stafford if he's going to go the California route. He's going to go all California. Or are we allowed to give players who went to college in California? Is he allowed to do that? Is that part of it? Is anybody from Georgia who he should take Matthew Stafford? It's a California guy and he went to Georgia. That's okay. That's what I'm predicting Matthew Stafford here. I think it's too convenient. I think it's too good of an opportunity to pass up. I'm not sure if he's listening. We'll see. I love Matthew Stafford. So I had him as a top 5 quarterback in Dynasty Owner last year. And I think he was, and I think I was close. I think he finished 6th. So I'm going to call that a victory though. All right. Okay. But you're a Georgia guy and a 49ers fan. So the question is, are you going to take Matthew Stafford? So we'll see. We'll find out. And we'll find out in a minute. So, but for everybody who's watching, listening, just kind of tuning in, running by us on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a good time. If you're a current Dynasty owner, hopefully you're getting some ideas for teams. If you've got startup drafts coming, if you're new to this, hopefully you're finding it interesting and you'll go and join Dynasty Owner. So probably should post we'll throw this in the chat in case people are not familiar with our website. It's www.dynastyowner.com. But if you've come across this and you want to join, go check us out. You can do mock drafts. You don't have to. I think you can sign up and don't have to pay for a team, and you can start mock drafting if you want. Am I correct on that, Jay? I can't remember.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Good. So if you happen to run across us on YouTube for some reason, you were Googling fantasy football draft or YouTube in the YouTube thing, and you stumbled upon us, thank you. Welcome. We are in the middle of a Dynasty Owner draft. Oh, and Kyler Murray is taken with the next pick. So, all right.
get the 1 year of a cheap salary. It's going to be tough to manage Debo and Kyler's extension next year.
Yes, that is true. That is true. But he does have Eckler and Elijah Mitchell as their first 2 picks, so those guys aren't getting new contracts next year. So
yeah,
makes it a little bit more manageable. It all depends what the NFL salary cap goes up. In all honesty,
that's very true.
I mean, we don't know for sure. We do know whatever happens, we will be 70% of the NFL salary cap. So this year, the NFL salary cap is 200 and what was the number again? I have to do the math back. Our salary cap is 145.74, and we are 70%. So it's $208 million, $208.2 million. So, and Rudy's making a good point that he'll need $75 million next year. But yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. But, his first 2 picks were only $8 million. So, or less than, I should say, probably $7 million, because Mitchell is under $1 million and Eckler's 6.1. So, that's 82 for your first 4. That's a lot. But if the cap goes up a little bit, I got to think the cap's going to go up a fair amount this year. So we'll see. All right. So we got the Oracle. Is the Oracle going to take his 4th running back, or is he going to go non-running back here?
I would expect him to go non-running back, fill out the starting lineup, but you never know.
I felt like that was not it was kind of an obvious answer, but hey,
I've seen crazier.
Exactly. We'll see. And then, once if he's decided to fill out not a running back, then the question is, who is he going to do it? Oh, we took Trey Lance. Okay. Very good. I think that's early from what I remember from Lance's ADP, but now that Jimmy G is definitely not going to be there, and they're turning the keys over to him, I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I was going to try to target him on the way back around, but
so at the beginning of the 5th round.
Yeah, I didn't think he would make it there. I figured Tragic Bronson would probably take him if he made it past me in the 4th.
Oh, okay. So you're going to take him in the 4th. You're going to take him in the.
No, I was going to take him in the 5th if he didn't get taken, but I didn't expect him to be there.
Okay. So yeah, interesting. So now we've seen a little bit more red here. We haven't had. I mean, we've had running backs. I think I did miss a pick. I'm sorry. All Barkley, no bite took AJ Dillon. I did miss that pick. I apologize. 2 AJs, and I missed it. 2 AJs in a row. I must have blanked out on that. So, and now Rudy has taken AJ Dillon's running partner, Aaron Jones, with his pick in the 4th round, followed quickly by the Nashville Riverboat Gamblers taking Josh Jacobs. So who's an interesting player because he's on his final year of a contract under $3 million, but they didn't pick up his option, which is kind of surprising. But I don't know what his option would have been. Jay's thinking because he's on the clock.
Yeah,
so take your time, Jay. Take your time. I mean, I like to think I like to focus when I'm on the clock too.
I know who I want. It would be a no-brainer, but I do not want 2 Falcons players. They're probably going to be one of the worst offenses in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if I take Drake London here, I'm kind of punting on the season in a way. I don't see both of them being elite. I feel, it's one or the other basically. Man, that sucks. There's nobody else here I like. I guess I'm going to go Drake London.
Okay.
This is probably going to be a team I end up rebuilding. I can tell you that already. I do not like the way it looks so far.
Okay.
At all. But I'm trying to target some of the young guys I like here and do a quick rebuild, hopefully. If we'll see how the start of the season plays out, obviously. I'm not going to tear it down before we start. But Because you never know. Maybe Marcus Mariota tears it up this year, and I highly doubt it. But
well, you could you could have Mariota late and have him as your bench quarterback. Although you still need a starter right now.
Yeah, I have no interest in Mariota at all. I don't like Mariota. Like I said, we've talked about it a lot. I don't even think he'll start the whole season. They're going to be
I tend to agree.
A very bad team this season, and they're going to put Ritter in just to see what they got in him at some point.
Yeah, I would agree. I have Ritter not in. I don't know if I got him in any dynasty. I don't think I got him in any dynasty leagues. And another dynasty league that I've won before I got him. And I have a lot of quarterbacks in that league, but it's a one quarterback league. I'm just kind of concerned about not having a quarterback all of a sudden. So it's a deep roster. I can keep him around for a while. So Dave Delp says Desmond Ritter throws a great deep ball. Well, so maybe he'll throw some deep balls to Drake London and Kyle Pitts once he gets in there.
Hopefully.
Yeah. All right. So Tragic Bronson took DK Metcalf with the next to last pick in the 4th round. And then we've got Meat Mountain with the last pick in the 4th round and then the first pick in the 5th round. And then we'll be on the way to the 5th round. We'll be on our way to the 5th round. So
cruising right along.
Yep. No, I think we're doing good. We're doing good here. So I may have to exit in a moment to grab something to drink because I've been talking for an hour and I'm getting thirsty, but we'll see.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah. We'll see. Jake can keep it going. So good question. Good question for here. Who's going to throw it to DK?
My money's on Drew Lock. I just think Geno Smith's been around long enough. We know what he is.
Yeah. I think for this year, yeah. But next year it could be Bryce Young throwing to him. Could be any number of the college quarterbacks right now could be throwing to DK next year. But the problem is that DK will cost $24 million next year.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. But then again, if you look at the rest of their team, he's got Jonathan Taylor and Jalen Waddle in the first 2 spots who their salaries are set for 2 years at least. Travis Kelce is expensive, but he's not getting more than $14 million. His salary is not going to go up. So DK out of his first 4 picks is the only one who has a salary exploding next year. So he probably could keep that core 4 together.
Yeah.
Next year.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I haven't even really thought much about that. I don't think much about that at the beginning of drafts, honestly.
No, I try not to as well until we get a little later and my salary starts getting a little thin. And then I'll worry about it then.
Yeah.
Just take who I want now.
That's what I do. And we've talked about this. I want to win. I don't like to lose. I don't like to rebuild. I don't like to lose. I don't like to punt. I don't like to not even try for a one game. Like I'm not the guy you want to be playing if you need to win the last week of the season to make something, because like I'm going to try to beat you. I'm not going to try to, I'm not going to be happy with losing so that I can get a better draft pick. I will want to beat you. So, all right. So is that Miles Sanders that just got drafted?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Interesting. That's Meat Mountain's first running back. Wonder if he's going to back up and take a second one with his next pick. Interesting. So I think everybody's got, obviously by now, this is as close to 0 running back as you're going to get in Dynasty Owner, I feel like. Is waiting until like the 4th round. Because, I know people advocate doing 0 running back and stuff, but I don't think you can do that here in Dynasty Owner. Because some of the ones who are available later on in other leagues are not available in Dynasty Owner because their salaries are so low.
Right.
And people will take flyers on them earlier than they will in other leagues, and you can't find those. You can't find those players. That's just for me. I'm not sure if anybody's has anybody here ever tried zero running back on a Dynasty Owner team? I would never try it, probably, period. I guess if I was doing a redraft and I wanted to fool around, maybe I'd do it if it was like not a lot of money. But I'm not sure I'm into that idea. And I really don't think it's worth it in Dynasty Owner personally. But maybe somebody has. Who is it? One of the teams here has like 10. Yeah, the Hip Hoppopotamus. You have 10 startup teams this year. Have you done this with any of them, or are you planning on doing it with any of them? That would be interesting. That would be interesting to me. So if that's what you're going to go for. So, all right. So let's see who Meat Mountain takes with his next pick in the 5th round. I'd have to be able to look at the board to see. Yeah, see, I got to do that. If I want to look at who's available for here. Who might they take?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
That's who you're trying to think?
That's appealing right now. I feel like you need to target a running back, but
yeah, and the question is whether you want to expend, because the 2 best running backs out there right now are Zeke and Alvin Kamara, but those are both costing you $15 million.
Yeah.
So, and he went cheap. He went with Terry McLaurin. So for just under $1 million, that's get your wide receiver chair for that kind of money. I'd take that. I'd take that. Now the next thing is tragic. Here's the situation for like somebody like Tragic Bronson and yourself too, Jay, is you're picking so early in this round. If you don't take a running back here, what do you think's coming back to you at late 6th round? Is that somebody you're going to want to have? Is that somebody you're comfortable starting as your second running back?
No, because I'm not really comfortable having any of these guys that are left on my roster, to be honest with you. No.
Yeah. So then the question is, do you spend up? Do you pay Zeke or pay Kamara at this point? You've got the decision because Tragic Bronson took his first quarterback, which is Trevor Lawrence. Debatable whether he'll be his starting quarterback this year.
Why'd you do that so early for? His ADP, his ADP wasn't until about 65. Well, I guess you got to do it now if you want him.
Yeah, that's the problem with him, is that if his ADP is 65, then he might not last. He won't. That's early 6th round, which Tragic Bronson doesn't have early 6th round.
Yeah.
So he's got to hope he falls, or you take him maybe a bit too soon, quote unquote.
And the main reason is because I want Justin Fields, so now I got to reach out and do it because he definitely will not be there on the way back.
Well, and this is exactly what we said. Chad, thank you for putting this in. He said, didn't like any running backs options. Sounds like Jay wanted a cheap quarterback because they won't be there when my next pick comes around. And there you go.
That's what I did as well.
Oh, so you took Fields, and then Nashville Riverboat Gamblers took Mac Jones. Okay. Now, Mac Jones is an interesting Dynasty Owner candidate because you could have got him for a song last year in Dynasty Owner drafts, and now he's being drafted at the beginning of the 5th round. I mean, quite the step up. I mean, people were drafting. Well, I guess it was mostly rookie draft, in rookie drafts last year. I mean, I remember I got Mac Jones in a rookie draft with like at the beginning of the 2nd round, and I thought I stole him, and I kind of did. So, all right. So does Rudy have a quarterback? No, he does not. So does Rudy go with quarterback here, or does he kind of wait? Knowing that, 2 of the other teams ahead of him I should say after him, All Barkley, No Bite, and Hip Hopopotamus, both of them don't have quarterbacks.
Yeah, and they got 2 picks coming before he gets to make another
Exactly.
one.
So that's 4 picks of potential quarterbacks before it gets back to him if he passes up a quarterback right now. So, interesting dilemma. So, but Rudy will probably make the right choice because he's finished very highly in the chase for the ring twice in a row. So,
yes, he has.
Yes, he has indeed. So, but we'll see. So I need to start thinking about my pick because I have a pick coming up and I wonder what I'm going to do with it.
My draft board wouldn't load for a second. That was weird. So yeah, I would say Rudy's probably a tight end or quarterback here, possibly a wide receiver if he's wanting to spend up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not the time to panic. I mean, it's round 5. I mean, you can't get all your starter. We're talking about, for Dynasty Owners, a quarterback. Starters are quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. So most of these guys are obviously all going to be starters, but some position you're going to have to pick your 7th or 8th round pick is going to have to be technically your starter, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a question of which position you're most comfortable with having a guy at that level be somebody you're relying on. So, all right, and so
Lamar Jackson.
Oh, Lamar Jackson. Okay.
He's going to be expensive next year.
Correct.
As long as there's
he's
ways.
Expensive this year.
Yeah, $23 million. I mean, with his rushing ability, I think that's kind of still somewhat of a bargain for him. But
True.
Next year, I'm expecting him to kind of at minimum be in the Kyler Murray range.
Yes, I think that's what everybody's assuming. So we'll see, but I think if Baltimore's going to lock him up. They got to do it before the season starts.
Yeah, no, from what I've seen, he's Lamar wants to bet on himself and ride it out till next year.
Yeah, okay, that's a way to do it. I know. I don't know. Football players, I think it's hard. I guess I would not. I mean, not that I don't want to bet on myself, but the chance of injury when you have nothing. No, I mean, it's not like most of the a lot of football injuries aren't things that like the player causes. Like,
Yeah,
they don't, run into a wall or, like a baseball player could run into a wall or get hurt sliding incorrectly into a base or, anything like that. I mean, they get hurt from like hits that they can't control how hard somebody hits them. So, all right. Oh, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Okay. I had thoughts about taking him. I thought it was a little early personally for him, so that's why I wasn't doing it. But we shall see. We shall see. Do I do that?
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm doing some thinking.
Yeah, me too. Nothing makes a whole lot of sense here. Just with the extensions of he's got to really factor them and Kyler extensions in here.
Yes. Or maybe he's just thinking that he's draft the best team you can, do well this year, and see what happens. I mean, that's I'm okay with that strategy personally.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy to go with. I mean, if you win the first year, it's all worth it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes some people think too much ahead about and stuff like that when it's kind of like the idea is to win. So if I win the first, you can win here in a dynasty. I mean, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like this comment, Dustin. Okay, shouldn't let this affect my drafts, but I won't draft any Ravens players. All right. Well, that's okay. I won't have it. And I have fantasy baseball teams. I won't have any Yankees on my team. I'm a Red Sox fan. I will not have a Yankee. If somebody gets traded to the Yankees when they're on my team, they immediately go on my bench and I trade them away as soon as I can. It's worked well. I traded Joey Gallo away when he went to the Yankees and got Sandy Alcantara for him. So that's a heist, but I got lucky because I had to get rid of Gallo and I took who was offered to me, basically. So I can appreciate that, Dustin. I'll give you mad props for doing that. I don't have the same qualms in football. I will draft who I think is the best player in football. That's just me. So, all right. All right. So, okay. So J Dogs took Alvin Kamara. All Barkley, no bite, took Darren Waller, who I was going to take. And then Hurts Me Harder took Gabe Davis. So, all right. Waller was my pick. So, man. Okay. Waller was going to be my pick. So now what do I do? What do I do? Okay. You can take this for a second, Jay. I'm going to think for a few minutes. Or I guess like two. I got to think for 2 minutes, right? That's all the time I get is 2 minutes. Okay. All right. I don't think I'm going to think long. I'm debating. I got 2 minutes left. Throw it in the chat who you think I'm going to take with this pick. I was going to take Darren Waller, and I'll be very upfront about that. All Barkley, no bite, took my pick. That was my pick. I had it. I didn't have it queued up, but I had it in my mind that that's who I was going to take. So, does anybody have any thoughts about who they think I'm going to take here? Anybody? Any thoughts? Let's see if anybody's throwing it. Okay, Dustin said Hawkinson. Okay. Zeke's a steal right here. Yeah, I don't like Zeke for $15 million for running. I'll be honest. If I wanted to go cheap, I could take Bateman for value. Dave Delp suggested that. Okay. Nobody's guessed who I'm going to take. So you got to guess, Jay. I got a minute. I got 50-something seconds left. I don't want to belabor this. I've decided. Do you have any ideas who I'm going to take? No idea. No guesses, Jay?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Mike Evans.
Very good. Yes, that's my pick. That is my pick. He talks to me a lot on the podcast. he has good ideas. So yeah, that I was going to take Waller. I'll be honest, Waller was my pick, and I kind of had to scramble the Jets a little bit, but I like Evans there. He's 16.5 million, which is on a cheaper side a little bit for this. And so I haven't really spent a ton of money yet. So I think I could afford kind of spending a little bit. I mean, I spent $30 million and Mike Evans was 16.5 million of that. So I'm okay with what I did there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad at all there. You got plenty. You still got 115 million in cap left.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. And I was also concerned. I'll be honest. I was a little concerned that he wouldn't survive if I didn't take him there. Not that I would have been crestfallen or, been really upset about it, but I think that was the right pick for my team right there. I got two good receivers. So.
And both the guys after you have very cheap salaries right now, so it's definitely a realistic possibility that they'd take him.
Yes, and I thought about going bigger and taking maybe like a Devontae Adams, but or Tyreek. I could have taken Tyreek. I don't care how many reports come out that Tua throws a great ball, blah blah blah, and stuff like that. I've seen Tua enough to think that he's not a guy I want, but we'll see. All right. So we're getting a little bit moved, but look at that.
Chad Bateman.
Yep. And Hip Hippopotamus went Patrick Mahomes. So that's spending money because he has, if you look here, his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players take up $11 million of his salary, and then Patrick Mahomes takes up $45 million of his salary. So Hip Hippopotamus is banking a little bit on the Ravens offense because he's got Dobbins and Bateman. So he's hoping he's hoping that Lamar Jackson doesn't run a bunch of touchdowns in him, take a bunch of touchdowns in himself.
Yeah, I like if you're gonna take a Ravens players outside of Lamar Jackson, it's Bateman and Dobbins. There's really no clear-cut number 2 in Baltimore.
Yeah, agree. And if Mark Andrews, the 2 guys you really want in Baltimore are gone already. Yeah. So, I guess Dobbins went earlier, but the only thing that worries me about Dobbins, I know he says he's fine, and who was it? Ian Rappaport disagrees, but we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens are hesitant with him.
Yeah, from what I've seen is they'll probably hold him out for a little while in training camp, but he'll be ready to go by the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I thought I saw some camp footage of him practicing, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember if that was
I think
him.
He's on the PUP list. I remember.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, maybe he was doing drills. I don't know. It could have been just drills. So we'll see. All right. So we had them Chi-Town boys went with Matthew Stafford, who's a personal favorite of mine. All right. So now I am on the clock, and I could go expensive here and take like Devon. The 2 biggest players out there right now are Ezekiel Elliott and Devontae Adams. And so I could do that. I could go the next couple of players. I'm looking at the board here. TJ Hawkinson, if I want a tight end. A lot of the rookie wide receivers are kind of in the mix here. Olive, who Commissioner Nick says is this year's Waddle. Garrett Wilson from the Jets. Treylon Burks. Cook, Williams. So I've got some options here. All right. Is anybody going to guess who I'm going to go with? Yeah. It is definitely not. I can tell you, Jerry Jeudy is not going to be my pick. I can be honest. I just think I think he's going too high, personally. Not that I'm opposed to taking him, but I think where everybody else takes him is somewhere where I don't think that's where I want to take him. So, all right. So, Dave Delp thinks about, I think last time. All right. So for me, you can afford Adams, Brady. I'd love to have Brady, but I don't think so. Yeah.
My guess would be
good comment by Rudy here. Stafford has elbow injury, a little worried about it, even though he'll play with a broken neck if he had one.
Yeah, he really will.
That's why that's why I kind of love me some Matthew Stafford. I mean, he was so good with a Detroit team. I mean, so all right, I'm dipping down a little bit, but this is somebody I really like, and I can't. He's not lasting, and his salary is too low. I'm going to take Darnell Mooney.
Good pick there.
So, were you looking to stack Darnell Mooney with Fields? Possibly.
Possibly, yeah. What do you think about Chi-Town boys with 2 quarterbacks already?
Honestly, I'm okay with it because Hurts is so cheap.
Yeah.
that you can afford to do that. I mean, if he really wanted Stafford, I don't think Stafford would have made it back to him. Just with some of the other teams needing I mean, how many of the other teams need one quarterback? Like all Barkley, no bite needs a quarterback. I mean, in theory, some people might say like Nashville Riverboat Gamblers probably need a quarterback. Some people might say you need a quarterback because are you really going to play Justin Fields as your starter?
Yep.
Rushing
upside.
Yeah, but it's an argument. And so, or Trevor Lawrence. I mean, you got to think if you're taking him there, you want to play him as your starter. But if I had Trevor Lawrence if I had Mac Jones as my only quarterback at this point, I'd be taking a quote unquote backup pretty soon. Just because I think, you need to have, and I love me Mac Jones since he's a Patriot, but I don't want to rely on him 15 weeks. Just don't think that's a great plan to win a fantasy league. It might be a good plan to make a playoffs in the NFL, but it's not to win a fantasy league. So yeah, I mean, look at all Barkley, no bite. The question would be, okay, if them Chi-Town boys hadn't taken Stafford, would they have taken him? Probably. I wonder. Probably not, because they've got the Carr Waller stack. But maybe they would have if they had Stafford available.
Yeah, it's definitely possible there. I feel like they probably would.
Yeah, I personally would have, but
yeah, Rudy, the defense is one of the reasons I really like Fields. He's going to be on the field a lot. He's going to get a ton of opportunities. He's going to run the ball a lot. The only thing that really, really concerns me with Field is his potential injury. He was banged up a little bit last year, but outside of that, I like him a lot. I may grab an insurance policy, sometime soon. I haven't thought that through completely yet, but I'm a big Fields guy. I'm an Ohio State guy, so I got a lot of faith in him.
Yeah. Okay.
I was wondering when he'd go.
Well, the team J-Dogs 49ers, you kind of figured that's where he was going to go. So, yeah. Actually, having a defense in a terrible defense isn't a bad thing for a fantasy quarterback.
No, not.
You're right.
I was thinking about that with Pitts and London too. I mean, they're going to be on the field so much because their defense is so bad, and they're going to be down pretty much every game they play in. So they're going to be throwing the ball a ton. So maybe I'll get a bunch of cheap points.
That's okay. Cheap points count, right?
Yep, they sure do.
You don't get. Well, I guess you're probably not going to get too many clutch points with those guys, probably. But how many of us really get that many clutch points? I mean, it's not that common. There are, if you're not familiar, by the way, there's clutch scoring points in Dynasty Owner. It's 3 points if your player throws, runs, catches a touchdown that changes the score in your team's favor or ties the score. Not extra points, but kickers as well. So not an extra point. That's not going to do it. But let's just use the Drake London example for Jay. If the Falcons are down 5 late in the game and Mariota throws a touchdown pass to Drake London gets 6 points for that touchdown, but he also gets 3 bonus points for being a score change that put the Falcons ahead. So that's 3 extra points for you. Now, I don't know if anybody can figure out who's going to factor in and get clutch points here, but I guess I would assume that somebody on a good team's a lot better chance of getting some of those than London and Pitts. But you never know. All right. So who did I miss when I was rambling? I mean, George Kittle went with J-Dog 49ers. Okay. very on brand for you. The Oracle took Elijah Moore from the Jets. So the Oracle has his running backs. Now he's going after his young, inexpensive wide receivers. So that seems to be the strategy for the Oracle.
Who's Rudy?
Okay.
James Cook. Interesting pick there.
Okay.
The only reason I say that is because he's got 3 running backs already, so I was not expecting it.
Yeah, but then
so I don't want to do this, but if I want any chance
the Riverboat Gamblers went with Tua.
If I want any chance of competing this year, I gotta do it. So give me Zeke. I gotta have a second running back. I don't like it, but I gotta have a second running back to start. And none of the other ones there I trust at all.
Okay. I can see. I'd have to take a quick look and see who's left as the running backs.
The top in ADPs: Edwards-Helaire, Singletary, Kareem Hunt, Damian Harris, Marlon Mack.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Nobody there that I really trust being a full-time starter. They all have a lot of competition with them. Kareem Hunt, I could have made a case for, but with Chubb there, I didn't want to go that route.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. All right, and then Tragic Bronson took Chris. Is it Olave? Olave. That's what I thought. Okay, sorry, stumbling over that. So, all right. So now we got Meat Mountain. Thank you. He's got two picks. He's got the last pick of the 6th round, the first pick of the 7th round.
Interesting to see where he goes here. The only double he's got is at wide receiver. So he can really go anywhere here.
And he can spend money because he's only at $25 million in salary. Do you think he takes Davante Adams with one of these picks?
It wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, because he can
definitely needs another running back, though.
That's true, but he's got 2 picks, so he could take Adams and one of the running backs. Spend down on Singletary or Harris, who are cheap, under $1 million, only have 1 year left, and then spend his cash on Davante Adams. So, nope.
Treylon Burks.
Okay. We did not have that. Neither Jay or I had that.
No, I wasn't expecting that. I like Treylon Burks. I know that hasn't been positive news around all that much, but he's definitely somebody I like.
Yeah, and then is that Kareem Hunt?
Yep.
Okay, Kareem Hunt. Okay, well, Davante Adams is still out there, kids. Tragic Bronson has a lot of cap room too. I mean, he's only at $38 million after 6 rounds, so it's pretty good. Am I the cheapskate here so far? I guess through 6 rounds, Meat Mountain was below me. He was $28.7 million, and I spent almost $31 million. Wow, I'm not usually the cheapo. I can be, but I'm not. That's not usually my spot. I'm not afraid to spend money. I just don't like to spend money, which I don't think is wise spending. So, and my feelings on spending. You don't spend double digits on a first round pick. That's kind of my line in the sand. I won't do it. So, all right. So now Jay's
I'm gonna go with another Buckeye here.
Okay.
Because I love my Buckeyes, and I'm gonna go Garrett Wilson.
Okay. Garrett Wilson. You've got 2 rookie wide receivers to go with Stephon Diggs. So I'm gonna guess that you'll probably find somebody later on to unless you think one of those two guys is going to be able to be your wide receiver too.
From
day one.
I feel like one of them will definitely, at worst, a wide receiver 3. I'll definitely target another wide receiver here soon. I'm not sure who by any means yet, but
yeah. No, I agree. That was kind of what I was getting at was, were you planning on finding another wide receiver who, in theory, would be your 2, in case neither one of those guys you feel like week 1 is ready to be a starter on your team?
Yeah, more than likely. I'd probably still have him in it at the flex regardless. I feel like either way, but all these guys are starting week 1 more than likely. It might be a little bit of a slow start, but we'll see how the rest of it plays out.
All right, and let's talk. We were talking about Tragic Bronson having the ability to spend money, and he did. He just spent money in a different spot that I thought he would. He took Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Actually, I like that move for them, and purely because I don't think you want to go into the season with Trevor Lawrence as your starter, and now he has a starter in Russell Wilson, and Trevor's his backup. Now, do you want to have your bench guys being drafted in your first 7 picks? No, but All right. Well, the Riverboat Gamblers took a 3rd quarterback in a row. He took Davis Mills, so maybe he wants to trade. Maybe he wants to trade somebody. Maybe he doesn't trust the 2 is. Maybe he doesn't trust the 2 is going to play all 16 games, 17 games, because he's not.
I was a little surprised by it, but looking at that trio, I mean, he's going to have to probably plug and play them. Like you just said, I wouldn't trust any of them for all 16.
Yeah, so
or all 17.
Yeah, well, we go 6. Yes, that's true. 17 weeks. I didn't think about that. You're right. So we're assuming that the Riverboat Gamblers is making the title game in this league.
Yeah.
So we're not giving them that, are we?
No, I'm not giving that to anybody until we see some players at the field.
There's one, as far as I'm concerned, there's one spot in the finals left.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I will be right.
No problem. Yeah, I needed one too. I got one. So, all right. So Rudy's on the clock. Davis, that's 3 quarterbacks in a row. So, all right. So Dustin, if you are in the chat, I know you were before. Why don't you tell us if Jay and I are on target with our kind of assessment in that you've got the quarterbacks, but you don't really have confidence in 2 of them. So you kind of are going to mix and match week to week. So, some weeks Matt will start and Davis Mills will be the backup bench and then Tua will be on your bench. Or are you just thinking that they're trade candidate? Those guys are trade candidates right now. So somebody will trade you something good for one of those quarterbacks. So just curious. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. This is all voluntary here. So we're just trying to give people an idea of what people are thinking when they're making some of these picks. So to help them when they pick later on, if they pick a Dynasty Owner draft, or to understand the psychology or the difference in picking Dynasty Owner candidates versus a regular Dynasty league or a redraft league. Okay. And plug and play and trade candidates during the season. Okay. Very good. My feelings on Tua are that you can't rely on him for that many weeks. So you might end up having Tua hanging on your bench in the middle of the year. But we'll see. So, all right. Rudy went with, who did he go with? Devontae Smith. Yep. Okay. Good pick. He's your second wide receiver. So as we said, in round 7, you're getting into sort of your start. You're still picking starters mostly, but you're talking about the player you're okay with being your lowest drafted starter in your lineup.
Yeah.
So, in that, I guess at this point, it's not, because technically for Rudy, he still has in the 8th round here. If he did that theory, he would be drafting a tight end. So we'll see. We shall see. So, all right, I do.
There's 2 players I'm really hoping that they get back around.
Okay. All right. Well, the Oracle went with Marquise Brown. I'm surprised he was down here that long. Is it just because people are worried about his salary next year?
It's possible that there's been a lot of hype around him going into the season, just with the connection he's got with Kyler and all that. So yeah, I am a little surprised he made it this far too.
Yeah, I wonder if J Dogs would have taken him with the next pick if he had lasted, because the Oracle, because then he could have stacked Kyler and Marquise Brown. So we shall see. All right, so J Dogs is picking. He only has one player on his team who doesn't play in the Western Division, and that's Alvin Kamara so far. So we're thinking somebody in the West. Oh, he was all queued up. He should have, and honestly, he should have been. He should have been. That's where I would have gone if I was him. So now it's the decision. This is what happened to me with Waller. I mean, Waller wasn't queued up, but that was the pick I was going to make. And then 2 picks before, Barkley no bite took him, and then I had to make a decision, and it kind of scrambled my thoughts for the next couple of rounds, for the next 2.
There he went.
Yep.
Vontae Adams. I was wondering when he would go.
Yeah, well. Yeah, no, that's just a lot of money.
Yeah, it really is.
That's just a lot of money, and that's kind of what you what you want to do. So I think I have a good sense of who my next pick is going to be. And I'm happy to. I think I like my next pick. I'm actually pretty happy with if I get him. I should say there's no guarantees I'm going to get him, but I think I know who I want.
I don't really. He's got to go with wide receiver here. I feel like for Barkley no bite. He's only got Keenan Allen right now. He spent quite a bit.
Yeah, I guess he could go with running back if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But if you've noticed, the running backs have slimmed down. Yeah. I mean, in the last 2.5 rounds, we've only had 4 running backs taken. So there's, but I think it's because most people are concerned about who's what you get with who's left.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking rookies or cheap players, but who might get paid next year, who might get paid soon. That's kind of what's left. So we'll see. Okay. Who did he take? Is that Juju? Juju Smith-Schuster. Okay. Hurts me harder took TJ Hawkinson, which some people may have thought would be my pick, because I do need a tight end, but actually Juju would have been a good pick. I was thinking of him in the 8th round. I wasn't thinking of him here. So I'm just going to go ahead and do my pick, and I'm okay with this. And this might just be a 1-year player for me, but I'll take his production for 1 year. In Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I was went. That's a pretty good pick in the 7th round.
I think so too. I do think so too. So,
and realistically, I mean, he should only get about a $4 million bump in salary next year at most. I don't see him making more than Mark Andrews or Kelsey.
No, unless he has an incredible season.
Yeah.
Unless he waits and has an incredible season. I mean, you could also see Dallas franchise tagging him again. I'm not sure what that would make it. I'm not sure what that would make his salary, but I could totally see them tagging him again, paying him $12 million or whatever it would be for a second franchise tag year. And then actually it would be closer to 14, wouldn't it? Because of but they factor differently, but it might be closer to like 14. So, but that's okay. Honestly, if I had Dalton Schultz and then they franchise tagged him next year and I had to pay him $14 million next year and he had a good season this year, I'd be happy to take that.
Yep.
So we'll see. We shall see. All right. So we got them Chi-Town boys on the clock right now. Obviously, I assume they're not going to go quarterback, but you could see them going. Do they want to have 3 tight ends in a row? I guess is the question for them. And if they do, who's the third tight end that they take in a row?
Yeah.
If he does go tight end, I think I have the pick. I think I know who I would take in his spot.
Dallas Goedert. That's not who I was.
That is not who I would have taken. That is not the player I would have taken there. Not at all. No offense, but I don't like him at his price. But then again, doesn't he have Hurts?
Yeah,
he does.
Yep.
He's got the stack of that, so I can respect that. If that's what if you think they're going to play well together. Not the team or the players I would have stacked personally, but you never know. I should talk. I don't have a stack. I don't have anybody else on the Bengal. I don't have a Bengal yet. Another Bengal. I mean, who would I be taking at this point? It's a little too early for Hunter Hurst and Hayden Hurst or Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, there went Pat Freiermuth. Yeah, that's who I was expecting to go the pick before.
It was either Freiermuth or maybe Dawson Knox. So, but the hippopotamus is
Pollard.
Yep. That's okay. Oh, Claypool. Ooh, back to me now. Do I
see here? Steve's gonna take Mike Gesicki, guys.
No. God, no. That is who I'm definitely not going to take. Oh my God. I have no love. I have no Mike Gesicki love at all. At all. All right.
One of your Patriots are sitting there.
Yes. And that's I'm gonna go with Ramondre.
That's who I thought you were gonna take.
And I'm really, really gonna hope that what I've been hearing that he's running with the first team and Belichick likes it. I'm just hoping that I'm right on this one. It was a coin flip. The only good part about the thing that tipped Ramondre, besides the fact that I think from what they've been saying, he might be playing more, is the fact that I can control him for more years.
Yeah, yep.
Ramondre, and that's the kicker on picking him over Damian.
He was actually somebody I was targeting for the next round, but I didn't think he'd get by you.
Yeah.
There went Damian Harris. Back-to-back Patriots running backs. That's
yeah.
I mean, I expected them to go very close together. I just not that close.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, that's I would not be upset with that pick. I mean,
no, not at all.
So, I mean, it honestly, look at how long it had been since before Pollard got taken. It was a whole round without a running back.
Yep.
I mean, a whole round with no running back. So that's a long time.
It really is. But I mean, it dries up fast anymore in today's NFL. It's not, the position's not what it used to be.
Yeah, and But I mean, if you look at all the running backs who've been taken in these spots, all of them, or Ramondre is barely over, but I mean, Pollard's like 700 something thousand. Damian Harris is 900,000. Ramondre is like a touch over $1 million. So nobody's expending a lot. I feel like we're all taking calculated risks in there, in that it's not, if they don't pan out, I didn't spend a lot of money on them.
Yeah. All right, I'm up in 5 picks, and I got 3 people in the queue, so hopefully one of them will make it.
It's always the hope, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the worst part about drafting, is just kind of sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting for your guy to hopefully fall. Cordero Patterson.
Oh. Actually, I was reading Matt the Jerk had an article where he looked at him, and he's fairly optimistic about Cordero Patterson this year. Probably more optimistic than a lot of people are. But check out his article, see if you agree or disagree. But he made a case for Cordero Patterson. So, he's a touch high in terms of salary for me.
Yeah.
But, Barkley, no bite. They are the leader in the clubhouse right now. Are they the highest? They have spent the most in salaries so far. Hurts me harder. It's actually not as high. So interesting. Am I still the cheap guy? I'm still the cheap guy. Oh no, Meat Mountain. Okay, so Meat Mountain is cheaper. So.
And Riverboat Gamblers has got you by $1 million.
Yeah, but I got to figure he's going to spend. If he spends more than like $1 million, then I'm behind him. So.
Yeah, if he doesn't take Hunter Renfrow, you're behind
him. Pretty much. Or Dawson Knox. He could take Dawson Knox.
Yeah.
Not many other guys there are kind of worth that, but yeah, those are 2. Those are fine. Those are acceptable picks. I think those are both acceptable picks there.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, can't really go bashing if you take either one of those guys. And do I think the Riverboat Gamblers do they have a tight end yet? They do not. Actually, well, J-Dog has, and then none of the next 3 people have a tight end. So wonder if anybody will take one.
Yeah, one of these next guys will definitely take Dawson Knox, in my opinion.
Are anyone going to take Mike Gesicki?
I hope not.
I hope so. Actually, I'm the opposite. I hope so.
I
don't want any of them to have a good team.
Yeah, true.
We'll see. All right, George Pickens?
Yes, it is.
It is. Yep. Wait, he's a Georgia fan, so.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep. Okay, that explains it. I don't know how much it's a little bit of a. What's that pick number? So 90. He's the 90th pick. I think I saw his ADP was like a little over 100, but I got to think that that's starting to go down.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, ADP is always an average. So like if somebody starts up in the 150s and they're starting to get drafted in the 80s now, that flattens the ADP out to like about 115. But you can't wait till 115 the way it's going now because you won't get him. So yeah. I can see that. I had a thought about Pickens too. I'll be honest, but I thought he would last another round. So, but I also already have Deontay Johnson, so I'm not sure I wanted both of them. Probably not the best team to have 2 wide receivers on. No,
not with the quarterback situation now.
Yeah, exactly. So, Okay. Oh, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. I'm assuming you're talking about the Pickens being taken kind of earlier now than he would be in earlier startup drafts.
I'll be shocked if Rudy doesn't go with Dawson Knox here. He needs a tight end to fill out his starting lineup. He's cheap. He had a great year last year.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a Rudy pick. I don't know.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is a smart pick.
Hey, he's finished third twice, 2 years in a row in the chase for the ring. You have to give the man his props.
Yep.
So, speaking of, just as a tangent while we're waiting for Rudy, and that I saw I don't know if people have seen some of the pictures from the chase for the ring ceremony for Jeff, our last season champ, but I think they're on Twitter and like Facebook, and I don't have Instagram, but they might be there too. So you should check them out. You can see the ring. They presented Seth and Tim presented to Jeff. And if you don't know Seth is, when you're drafting, the voice that you hear when you said you're on the clock, that's Seth. Presents him with the ring, and they're at the Hall of Fame, and Nick's there. Nick, our commissioner, who's in the chat, and Tim, and so it sounds like a great time, and you get a amazing ring, and so that's what all of us are here to kind of play for, right?
Yep.
So check it if you haven't seen those videos or thing. Try to go to the Dynasty Owner Twitter and see some of those pictures and everything like that. I think they might be on the website as well. I saw a video that they've done. I'm not sure if they've released that video yet, but it's very well done. So, Tom, the GOAT.
Good pick.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't think I knew Tom Brady was an option, but just with having Lamar Jackson there, unless you're worried about injury, I didn't think he would go that route. But you can play matchups, and those are two really good quarterbacks to have.
Yeah, I didn't think he would go that route either. I thought about Tom, but then I'm like, I really didn't want. I think if I draft Burrow that early, I just have to ride him.
Yeah.
So
Chase Edmonds, huh?
And the Riverboat Gambler said that he was going to pick Tom Brady too. So, all right. Oh, Jay, you went with Cortland Sutton?
Yeah, I love his contract. 4 years, $15 million. It's tied to Russell Wilson.
Okay.
I'll take him. There's my wide receiver too. Now I got time for London and Wilson to develop a little bit.
Okay. Is that somebody who you were targeting for a while, or?
Yeah. That's the player I really wanted to get back to me.
Okay, cool. All right. Oh, and then Tragic Bronson went with Devin Singletary. Okay. He was hanging out there too. I mean, he's got 1 year, less than $1 million left on his contract. I know some people are worried about what happens next, but if he plays as well as he did at the end of last year, that's a steal.
Yeah. I was thinking about him on the way back around, but just with both of these guys having 3 running backs combined, I felt they were probably going to attack the position, so I just punted on it. I wanted Cortland Sutton more than Devin Singletary.
Okay, that's not a unfair idea. You didn't think that Cortland would get through those guys?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, he may have, but I feel like the talent's too much to pass up where he's at, and he's locked into that deal, so it's not going to raise for 4 years. He's young.
Well, and the other thing to say for that is that Chad, who's Tragic Bronson, does have Russell Wilson, so he could have stacked those two guys. Yep, and
that's kind of what
I didn't see this comment before I didn't see the comment before I actually said it, but that's what I would be thinking if I was you, Jay. So
yeah, I seen Russell Wilson there, and I had to do it.
No, that's smart.
Glad I did.
Yeah, if you wanted him and you didn't think he was going to get through, and you're right, he wasn't going to get through. he wasn't going to last another pick. I mean,
the only hope I had there was he only had one running back, so I was like, maybe he'll double up, but I didn't want to risk it, so I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
Jameson
Williams, yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping he made it back around. It's a very, very talented player to have in the 8th round. I know people are worried about his injury, but
yeah,
there's a lot of talent there.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of salary for Meat Mountain yet. He's got 8 rounds, $39 million. I mean, that's a lot of dough left to spend.
Yeah. Yeah, I would probably spend up on a big time wide receiver here. I know he's got 3 already, but 4. But Jameson Williams not going to be ready at the beginning of the season, and Treylon Burks is young. Dawson Knox, good pick.
Yeah.
Now you can start both your tight ends, one of them in the flex.
Yep.
All right.
Not a lot of people do that, but
I think the player I want is going to make it back. I probably would have took Jameson Williams over him, but I'm kind of glad it played out this way. Hopefully, I don't see Bronson taking him.
We'll see what happens. This is the worst. Sometimes I don't know if it's the worst part, but sometimes it's nerve wracking because you're like, oh, I want him, and then you have to just wait like a pick or 2, and then like
Oh yeah, I hate waiting the pick before McGoody didn't take him. I'm gonna go Jameis Winston here just to kind of ease my concerns on Justin Fields. If for some reason he gets hurt or something, now I got Jameis, and I feel like New Orleans is gonna let Jameis air it out a little bit more than they did at the beginning of last year with Peyton not being there.
Okay. And Tragic Bronson, he went cheap running backs 2 rounds in a row, on under $1 million running backs 2 rounds in a row. If those hit, that's very good. Yeah. That's very good.
I think the hope for Khalil Herbert there is it doesn't seem to be that Montgomery is going to go back to Chicago. I mean, I think they really, really like Herbert. So you're just really hoping he gets that lead role there in 2023, or obviously you don't want to wish injury on anybody, but if something were to happen to Montgomery, then you got a lead back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the Brandon Ayuk pick there. Debo, he did just sign, right? It's official.
That's what J-Dog reported. I haven't verified it independently, but so I mean I haven't, basically, which means I haven't gone to Twitter and checked, but or just kind of Googled it, but I have no reason to think that it's not true.
2 hours ago from Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, Deebo Samuel agrees to 3-year contract extension. So
yeah, because they were holding him out of camp, right, until they figured something out. So there was incentive to get those guys done.
Yeah, I think it was probably a combination of him wanting to hold out and them just being like, all right, we'll ease the tensions and let you sit out. Because you could tell the whole time they had no interest in losing Debo or letting him go anywhere outside of a outrageous trade package, kind of like the Dolphins gave up for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I don't think any. I guess they could have. I mean, somebody could have, but we'll see. All right, Rudy's on the clock. I'm going to escape for a second, grab something to drink. So hang on one second.
All right, who do we think Rudy's going to go here? He still needs a starting tight end. Both of the next guys do. So I would think if Rudy was going to take a tight end, he needs to do it now before the Oracle has 2 picks. That's a nerve-wracking. Unless he's got a late. We'll see where he goes here. He's got 35 seconds left. Said he likes to use all of the clock for the most part, so exactly what he's doing.
Did I miss anything?
Nope, not yet. Rudy's about to go tight end here. I would go Zach Ertz if I was him. I know he's a little up there in salary right now, but that's where I would go.
Okay.
I mean, I guess he's about average in salary at 70. I'm at 83. I shouldn't even be talking. Damian
Nope.
Pierce stocking up on young running backs.
That's never a bad thing.
He's got ETN, Kenneth Walker, James Cook, and Damian Pierce so far. So that's a lot of young running backs. I mean, he's got Aaron Jones as well for his veteran, but a lot of young running backs from the third place chase for the ring contestant.
Yeah. Indeed.
Maybe this is a strategy you guys should be paying attention to because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, the zero tight end strategy. I've actually done that before, but my problem is whenever I've done it, the tight ends that I've taken at the end of drafts, none of them ever seem to pan out.
Yeah.
And I just wasted. I'll have a couple of guys who will be like, okay, these are guys I want to target at the end if I don't take a tight end, and cobble it together week by week, and I've never successfully pulled it off.
Yeah, same here. I honestly don't remember a championship team that I've had where I didn't at least get the tight end that I really liked going into the year, or one of the top guys. I can't recall a time. It's hard to do. I mean, I hear a lot of people talking about it's something a good strategy. I have had zero luck with it.
Yeah,
there's definitely some talent there to be had.
Yep. All right. Well, Sky Moore, the Oracle took Sky Moore with their pick in the 9th round, and then J-Dog took Zach Wilson. So very good. So yeah, your mic is going a little in and out, Jay. I don't know if it's what's going on there. So
got a little bit better.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it seems to go in like you'll say something and then kind of can't hear it. It's almost like a cell phone drop type thing. But
yeah, it's doing the same for you. So I'm wondering if it's just the website.
It might be. It could just be what we used in terms of that. That's very possible.
Yeah, I thought you were kind of losing service a couple times. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's possible too. So it might just be that I'm losing steam. I'm too old to be doing this at 10 o'clock at night, honestly. But that's where people are going to catch me. I'm going to fall asleep and you're going to catch me. I'm going to auto draft somebody terrible. That's what's going to happen. All right, Hurts Me Harder took Marlon Mack. So, all right, that means I'm on the clock. I'm still awake, so I'm going to make a pick. And the question is, what do I want to do here? Okay. I got 2 thoughts here. Oh man. This is not a tough decision. It's just I don't know which way I want to go. Let me look at something else here too. No, I don't want to do any of those things. I get to talking at some point. Sometimes I talk to myself about.
I do it too when I'm picking or thinking real hard.
Yeah, it helps me. I don't know if it helps, but it makes me feel better. So, but it does sound a little bit insane at times. But, anyways, all right, I'm gonna do this one, and okay, I'm gonna take it. I like it.
Good pick.
I took Allen Robinson.
Especially with the reports coming out of camp, they seem to absolutely love him in LA.
Yeah, and I mean, and the same thing happened last year with Stafford. Those reports were early in that they loved him, and those turned out to be true. So, not to say that they're going to be true. I mean, I don't know if I've heard any Allen Robinson's in the best shape of his career coming into camp type stories, but that's kind of what you get. So, all right, who did? Oh, Melvin Gordon, Isaiah Spiller. Those were the the hippopotamus went Charger. Isaiah Spiller and Mike Williams.
That's not a bad pick. And what round are we in here? The 10th round. Yeah, that's
Out of the 10.
The heir apparent to Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's getting old, and they just signed Mike Williams to a decent contract, so they're expecting big things out of him.
Okay, well, all right. I mean, how old is Keenan Allen? I'm just wondering. I want to.
I think he's 28 or 29.
Okay, but I want to see. Mike Williams isn't much young, I don't think, personally. Maybe I'm off on this one, but we'll see. Okay, so Keenan Allen is 30. He just turned 30 in late April. All right, and then let's see how old Mike Williams. I got to think Mike Williams is like 27. Maybe he came in.
He's 27.
Okay. So I'm not that much later.
Good night, Dad.
You.
Love you.
All right. Is it back to? Oh, it's back to me. Oops. I probably should make a pick. I probably should make a pick here. All right. That's okay. I'm okay because I know. Okay. I thought about this a couple of times, and we've talked about this, and I'm going to pull the trigger on Zach Ertz. I spent a lot of money on tight ends this year. Jacoby Myers went right afterwards. No. I've just spent a little bit of money though, so I'm up to almost 69 million. I'm like $111 under 69 million. So we'll see. Now I have to kind of look a little bit. I gotta start thinking about certain things. Okay.
Jacoby Myers, good pick. Somebody's got to be the number one in New England. It's probably they're going to be Devontae Parker or Jacoby Myers. He's not going to get the red zone targets or anything crazy like that, but he's going to be consistent.
Yeah, he's not a. I think Devontae Johnson is a PPR monster. I think Jacoby Myers is not quite a monster, but he's good. I mean, you don't want him in a non-PPR league. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess you could have him, but you definitely don't draft him as highly as you do in a PPR league. So, does anybody? I play in one non-PPR league. Does anybody else do that anymore? Actually, I'm in two. My redraft league is, and this other dynasty league I'm in because the guy doesn't like PPR. It's weird.
Yeah, I have one non-PPR league, and I don't really care for it. But it's been going on so long, I can't leave the league. We've been doing it for like 10 plus years, so it's just not one I want to leave.
Yeah. All right, so Christian Watson from the Packers went with all Barkley, no bite, and then J-Dog took Rondell Moore from the Cardinals. So does that? Yes, that gets him his Cardinals stack of Kyler Murray with Rondell Moore. Not quite the Kyler Murray, Marquise Brown stack, but we'll see. All right, so now we got the Oracle on the clock in the 10th round. So, okay.
All right, let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3 picks till I'm up. I have no idea who I want.
Yes, that's very good. That's always a great spot to be in. I'm kind of getting into the same sphere too, honestly. I mean, we'll see. All right. Do we still have anybody with us in the chat? Everybody in the league, and we're all in the same boat, which means we're all just kind of thinking about what in the world we need to do now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I got a pretty good idea who I'm going to take here.
Okay. The Oracle took
DJ Moore.
Took the guy. I thought about DJ Moore instead of Allen Robinson.
I would have went Allen Robinson there.
Yeah. Yeah, that I just like the $5 million savings, and I think he might have a better year. And he doesn't have to have a better year with that salary, but so I do not mind having pieces of the Rams offense.
Yeah, it's
on
a good one to have.
Yeah, exactly.
That is for sure.
So, and then I didn't want to spend that much on DJ Moore on the way back. That was the problem. That's why I went with Ertz, because I could flex Ertz. I have Ertz and Schultz, and I could flex both. I could flex both of them. So I haven't done one thing I haven't done, and which was somebody asked about, is that bye weeks. I actually haven't looked at bye weeks. I might have to take a scribble sheet of paper at a certain point and find out who's on bye what week and see if I need to fill in. But I think that's a later exercise. That's usually a later. I do it in redraft leagues, definitely, but in dynasty ones, I'm less concerned about it. But at a certain point, if I'm trying to decide between two guys, sometimes it's good to know who's on. If I'm thinking about him as a 1 week replacement, who's on bye that week or what team they're playing that week. That might tip the scales if you're really debating between two guys. But I'm not going to change. I wasn't going to change my mind on any of these picks based on bye weeks. I don't think. So, Kadarius Toney.
My quarterbacks have the same bye week.
Did you just figure that out?
Yeah, I wasn't even paying no attention.
Yeah, no. That's what happens. All right. Well, then, while you were lamenting your bye week quarterback issue, Rudy took Kadarius Toney, and then the Riverboat Gamblers, Dustin took Rashad Penny, and then you took James Robinson. Oh, I wanted James Robinson to fall.
I was happy to see him here with only Cam Akers and Zeke on the roster. I definitely needed somebody else. So.
Yeah, no, that's a fine pick. I probably should have done that instead of taking Zach Ertz. Oh well. Probably would have been a better process, but we'll see. So, all right. Now I'm going to do my bye week thing and see if I have ground myself into a certain week problem situation. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't have a stack yet, actually. So I don't have. Do I have any? I don't think I have two guys on the same team. So probably not in a. I doubt I'm in a bye week. Problem area yet, but it's possible. You never can tell. Huh. I don't have two players on the same team right now. That's a surprise.
Chris Godwin, good pick there.
I'd have liked to take Godwin, but I already have Evans, so that's not a tenable situation. I mean, I feel like I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I don't feel like they both don't have great weeks at the same time. And I know that's not unusual, but just kind of think.
Ronald Jones.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, I'm looking up some bye weeks now.
Ronald Jones is an
Think what's going on. So Ronald,
he's got the talent. I mean, he doesn't catch passes very well, but he definitely is a very good between the tackles runner, and Kansas City kind of needs that.
Yeah. God, I can't believe all those teams on bye. I'm looking at the buys right now. So many teams have buys on week 14. That's just I don't know what the NFL's thinking. I don't know what they're thinking because, I mean, they have 6 teams on bye in week 14 and then 2 teams on bye in week 8. Or 2 teams on bye in week 13. I know back in the day when I was growing up, like there were teams that played in the same stadium as a baseball team. So that kind of had scheduling issues, but that doesn't happen anymore.
Right.
I don't know why they have to have late bye weeks. Or not even just late, just like so many on a week. I mean, okay, I don't know. I'm descending from my soapbox right now, but it's kind of I find that to be annoying. I don't know. Does anybody else find that to be annoying? Am I the only one? Probably not, but we'll see.
There's 2 people I'm debating on between here. I really need a running back, but there's a heck of a value for a player sitting there. I'm going to go ahead and take him. I'm going to take Hunter Renfrow. He's just too good to be sitting there in the 11th round under $1 million.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good pick. Oh, okay. All right, so I've got actually by luck, by complete and utter luck, I've done a pretty good job on managing bye week so far. Yeah. So better than I would have thought. I have 3 players on bye in week 9, but they all play different positions. So it doesn't hurt too much. Oh, there you go. There's your affirmation from Dave Delp.
Thank you.
I don't need that.
It's excellent pick in the 11th round, in my opinion.
Yes, I think excellent pick is Alec Pierce by National Riverboat Gamblers in the 11th round. So I like that pick actually. Who's taking? I'm sorry, I missed the pick before that. Ronald Jones and then Rashad White. Okay. Interesting.
Are you wanting to go on the stream the whole draft?
Am I? Yeah, I can do it. I mean,
I didn't know if you had a round set in mind you were wanting to cut out, or if you want to do the whole thing. I'm open to whichever.
We can do either way. I'm fine either way. I mean, we seem to have people tuning in. I mean,
as long as people are chatting, we'll stay on. We'll do it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Agreed. Yeah. I mean, it might not be as exciting when we're drafting second kickers, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So I know not a lot of people like kickers, but they're here. You gotta play them.
Urban Meyer definitely doesn't like kickers.
Yeah. Why, has more come out about that, or is it just?
No, it's just crazy to me that he kicked an NFL player and didn't get beat up.
Well,
I mean, it's a kicker, so yeah, he picked the right one to kick, but
yeah, no, but yeah, and it's not some. I mean, some of the ones back, like if he picked, I'm thinking I don't know if anybody can think of who's really that big of a kicker, but I guess
there was one really big kicker, and I can't think of his name now. I don't know if he even played NFL.
Janikowski. You wouldn't pick Janikowski. Janikowski would have murdered him, I think.
Yeah, he reminded me of the kicker off the replacements that had the cigarette in his mouth when he's kicking field goals.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, or who's that? I think I don't know if he, King, he's a punter. His name was King, I think. I think he was on the
Didn't he play for the
Raiders too.
Browns?
No, I thought he was on the Raiders.
The
I thought
Raiders,
he was.
yeah, you're right.
I thought he was kind of like a big built kind of guy. Like he looked like he looked like a good athlete. You know.
I know he was very fast. So
Okay.
he definitely was athletic.
Yeah, so he might have been another one who you wouldn't have messed with. But yeah, of course, Urban. If you're gonna, when you pick on somebody like that, you typical bully stuff. You pick on the weak link. You pick on the weak quote unquote link. You know, typical.
Irv Smith.
Right.
So
Irv Smith.
It's our the second guy that's finished high in the chase for the ring standings that likes Irv Smith.
Oh,
I know Jeff was big on him.
Jeff's a Vikings fan, so
yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that. So
yeah, so he's probably kind of that's probably a little more hope than analysis, and maybe it's a little more hope than analysis. Yeah,
I don't know. Tyler Conklin and Kyle Rudolph are finally gone.
True.
No, if you can't beat out Tyler Conklin, I wouldn't.
Yeah. No, I agree. And so, but Noah Fant, that's an interesting one.
The talent's definitely there. I mean, he's had some bright moments so far, but Drew Lock loves him. So if Drew Lock's the starter there, you might be all right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking ahead because I know I'm kind of
you only got a couple picks yet.
On a clock, yeah. So yeah, I think I've determined who my next choice is going to be. If he lasts, that's I got my next pick. All right, is that Alexander Madison by J Dogs? Think so. All right, Alexander Madison. Does he have? No, he doesn't have. Okay, I was wondering if he had Dalvin Cook. He does not. Not that you pick him if you have him, but I was just wondering. So, and then Zamir White, Adam Thielen. All right. Well, I'm not going to belabor my point, and I wanted survived. Actually, I should just take a quick look and make sure that I'm not missing somebody who I really should take instead. No, I am not. Oh, wait, I should look at that real quick. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to do it. Kenny Pittsburgh.
Good job. I was kind of hoping he'd fall back to me since I had a bye week blunder.
Yeah. Actually, the only thing I did check real quick was make sure that I didn't have him at the same bye week as
soon
Burrow.
As you said I got to check real quick, I knew exactly who you were taking. I was like, dang it.
Oh, no, actually, I checked on that, and then I just checked to make sure that there was nobody I was missing who had fallen that I really liked, that I was like, oh, my God, I got to take him.
Yeah.
So, but there wasn't, so I'm fine with that. Some of this was out there that I was kind of thinking probably shouldn't be.
Man, there are a lot of bye weeks on week 14. Holy smokes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a crazy amount of them. Oh, back to me.
There's the same amount in week 9 too.
Yeah.
But it's like in week 8 they have two teams on a bye week. It should be an even amount of teams every week, I think.
Yeah, they could do 4. Yeah, because you could do 4 bye weeks. 4 teams on bye every week, 8 bye weeks, and it's done. I mean, why have 2 a couple of weeks and then 6 another couple of weeks?
Right.
Sure, NFL logic behind it. I don't get it. So
It's
okay.
got to be TV.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something to do with that. All right. Well, what do I want to do? I know how I like. No, we will not. All right. Where am I at salary-wise? Okay, I can do that. All right. I'm going to take Michael Gallup.
Love the pick. You know how I feel on Michael Gallup.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
It'll be a couple weeks probably into the season until he gets healthy, but when he does, he should just be a value that's going to produce very consistent numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, he's my wide receiver 4 right now, so
yeah,
I don't need him the first couple of weeks.
Right.
So if everybody else stays healthy, so yeah, I will take that. Okay. So almost halfway through. We are starting the 12th round. So we're about halfway through. Well, Dave, yep, that's what I did. That's what I did. And honestly, the other thing I did, honestly, just to give people an insight, if they care to know my insights into this, I looked to see. The pick I had was, I think, the 135. And I looked at his ADP, which was about 150, 152, I think. And then I said my next pick was 154. And I'm like, okay, do I think he's going to survive to then? And I wanted him and I wasn't confident that he was going to last till then. So did I pick him maybe a little bit too early? Possibly. But the problem is if you wait for his ADP, my next chance to take him is after his ADP.
Yeah.
So I would have to wait. I would have to hope he drops lower than his ADP to get him, and I didn't want to take that chance. So I went early rather than miss out on him. Because I do like that. I do like the 5-year contract and everything. And honestly, if Dalton Schultz, I don't want him at the end of this year for whatever reason, I've still got my piece of the Dallas passing offense.
Yeah.
Because now I have 2 pieces of that offense, not just one.
Yep, I agree completely there. And they're gonna throw the crap out of the ball as they always do. It seems like since Dak Prescott has been relevant, they've thrown the ball quite a bit.
Yeah. Yes, they have.
And they don't exactly have the offensive line to run the ball 40 times a game. You know, it's their offensive line's getting old, and it's just not what it was 3-4 years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, all right. Well, after I picked Gallup, hurts me harder went with Van Jefferson. So he's gone 3 wide receivers. He's gone wide receiver 3 straight picks.
He did it earlier in the draft too. That's it.
Oh, does he have 6 wide receivers?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're right. He did. Okay. He's got 6 wide receivers of them, though, to be honest. So, all right. And then all Barkley, no bite, went with Mike Gesicki in the 12th round. So now we're on J-Dog's 49ers. So there's actually been quite a little spat of tight ends. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the last 2.5 rounds. After being like a round gap between Dawson Knox here and Zach Ertz. Since I took Ertz, there's been quite a few tight ends taken.
Yeah.
So, and you can see the green falling off. There's not, and the honestly the red. Look at the. I took any Pittsburgh, and then, but the pick taken before him was Zach Wilson, who's taken in the middle of the 9th round, and I didn't take Pickett to the end of the 11th. That's a long time to go without a quarterback being drafted. A long time.
Yeah, it is, especially at this point in the draft. This is when they usually they go quite a bit.
Yeah, I think because I think a lot of them are the expensive quarterbacks now, and it's sort of like who has the room to take those guys right now.
Yeah, that's true. There's quite a bit of high salaries here.
Yeah. And there's other people who have low salaries. I mean, Meat Mountain has $61 million. He could afford any quarterback. He could afford any player he wants.
Yeah.
The Riverboat Gamblers could afford any they want. They already have 3 quarterbacks, so I'm not sure they're going to grab another one. But, yeah. I mean, because is anybody – yeah, all Barkley, no bite has gotten over $105 million, so – all right, so then Brian Robinson and then Naheem Hines back-to-back picks. J-Dogs, I hope your Brian Robinson pick doesn't work out because that would mean that my Antonio Gibson pick really isn't working out. If Brian Robinson's playing a lot, it means Antonio Gibson is not playing a lot or not as well, not as much as he should be for me drafting him with the third pick in the 3rd round.
And it's crazy how far Gibson fell this year. He was a 1st-round pick pretty much every draft I seen last year.
Oh yeah, no, he one less year on that salary. And the part of the thing with Gibson last year, and he played hurt a lot of the year, and he was okay. He wasn't top 10. He wasn't 1st-round draft pick production. But he was hurt almost all year.
Yeah.
That could mean that he plays. If he's not hurt this year, he plays really well. It could also mean that he hurt himself too much and might not play much anymore.
Malik Willis getting the QB of the future. I like it.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how his career plays out.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta wonder. I mean, but I mean, this is sort of the long-term hold that you've talked about, Jay.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we had our first kicker taken.
No, it's okay. It's exciting time.
Evan McPherson, but go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying the Malik Willis reminds me of your long-term hold category in your rebuilding articles. And like you said, I think Malik Willis is the poster player for long-term hold because he's probably not giving you any points anything this year. He might not give you anything next year or very little. So you're thinking 3 years down the line with him. Yeah,
exactly.
Barring an injury to Ryan Tannehill,
and the only thing that kind of sucks about that is he didn't get that 5th-year option. So if he does end up hitting and playing well, he's going to be expensive after them 2 years. But at least you get a mobile quarterback with 2 years of rookie control.
Yeah. All right. So you're tripling down on the Falcons, are you, Jay?
Yeah, that's just it's 12th round. He's got a realistic shot at being the starting running back there. I really need running back depth, so I figured I'd take a flyer there. I didn't really care about the offense so much as to the potential on that one.
Okay. No, I lots of people like him. It's tough to guess on some of these guys, but I don't have a problem with that. Do not have a problem with that. So, need to kind of.
I need Kenneth Gainwell. I was hoping he'd make it back around. I just kind of wanted to stack up on running backs here a little bit, but that's all right.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with having a lot of running backs, right? I think sometimes that's a important thing.
Yeah, it really is. Even if you only get 2 weeks out of somebody as a starter, it greatly helps you.
Yes, I completely agree. So we'll see. I'm just looking at, speaking of running back, I'm just kind of looking around, seeing who's around. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I mean, because I'm looking at like the running back ADP who's left, actually, and who I was looking at the Gainwell and Tyron Davis Price, because his ADP was about 106, I think. It disappeared before I could really remember it. And we're talking pick 144 for Meat Mountain. So that's some pretty good value.
I think I got an idea here who I want to go with next.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not sure I have much of an idea who I want to go with next. But I've got time. I've got more time than you do to figure this out. So. So Marcus Mariota, okay. So Meat Mountain takes his backup quarterback to Justin Herbert, but you got to think that they might have enough money at the end to kind of pick a
quarterback. Took him from me. No.
Daryl Henderson.
Yeah, I wanted to handcuff.
Oh, you have Cam Akers. That would have been a great handcuff.
All right, well, I'm gonna go a little expensive here and take somebody that I know is going to get me quite a bit of points, can fill in for bye weeks. If my rookies don't hit, he's good. I'm gonna go Brandon Cooks here.
Oh, okay.
He's only a $2.5 million increase with his contract extension next year, so it won't be hard to fit him under my cap.
Yeah. Nashville, another kicker. Wow. Okay. 2 kickers. I don't know about this, Chad. This kind of some way, shape, or form. This is where it gets a little bit fun. I don't know. I mean, maybe not fun, where it gets to be a lot of work.
Yeah.
And so because not only are you in a regular Dynasty League or a redraft league, think about it. You're balancing, okay, what positions do I need? What bye weeks do I avoid, and things like that. And you know, there's a lot going on here. Dynasty Owner, you got to add the salary element. So it's kind of like, oh, you might need a wide receiver who doesn't have bye week 9, for example. But then all of a sudden you have to go, oh, wait, if I take him, you identify something like Jay identified Brandon Cooks. But then you have to say to yourself, okay, can I afford that guy now? Yeah. And maybe you can't. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, am I okay with having a guy with the same buy, or do I switch the position I want to take? Or do I find somebody else in that same bucket who's not as good as Brandon Cooks, but is less expensive? Or do you suck it up and take Brandon Cooks and worry about the salary later? So it's just where Dynasty Owner creates another element, another layer of a strategy and of decisions to make. So that's kind of why a lot of us like it so much. So okay.
We got 1, 2, 3 people over 100 million so far.
Oh, do we? Wow.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Oh, okay. Okay, so who's all right? Jay's at 102 point, almost 0.3. We'll call it 0.3. Barkley no bite is at 105.1. But actually, I think they've done a pretty good job because if you think back, I'm looking at their first three picks. You got Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, and Keenan Allen. That right there is 44 million.
Yeah,
so they had to really ratchet down salary since then.
Plus they got Derek Carr in there too.
Yeah. Oh, and Waller. So I mean that's but after that they've picked guys who are all Juju's 3 million, Cordero Patterson's 5, Dotson's 3 something, Watson's 2 something, Zamir White's got to make nothing, and then which is what drove him over the 100 million mark.
Yeah.
And honestly, you're not as bad because you think about it like hurts me harder unless they're going to be ahead of you in salary because they have one less pick. So you're going to be the third highest. You'll be at the highest. You'll be the third highest salary. I mean, and if I picked a $20 million player, I'd be ahead of you. I'm not picking a $20 million player, just to let you know. So, wow, fourth quarterback for Rudy. Wow. Daniel Jones. Yeah, I have to. Bourbon Jordan. That's what I was going to take. Rat. Daniel Jones is a player who I will not pick. I learned my lesson with Sam Darnold a couple of years ago when I picked him because he was a cheap quarterback and I needed a cheap quarterback, and I immediately regretted it. I couldn't stand it. I had to play him at my bench a couple of times, and he was terrible, and then he got hurt, and it was just a disaster. It was a bad idea. So that's why I won't take a guy like Daniel Jones or Darnold anymore. But I mean, that's certain guys I won't take. I don't think I would take Daniel Jones at any, unless maybe it was the 25th round and I wanted another quarterback and I had that amount of money left. So, you know what? There was a question that we forgot to answer from Jason. So J Dogs, and his question was, so ideally, where do you want to end up on salary cap after the draft? Should we try to keep some room? Most of us think the answer to that is yes, you should keep some room, because if you draft 20, we're drafting 25 players, right? You can have up to 30 players. So after the draft, it's not immediate, but I think there's a day lag, and then the free agent auction opens up. So if you are up to the salary cap in your free agent, when the free agent auction opens, if you want somebody else, you're going to have to drop somebody that you just drafted to get them. Whereas if you keep back a couple of millions of dollars, I think about 10 is good. I mean, but if you get players at the end that you really like, I mean, you think about it, you have 5 spots. If you have $10 million in space, you can get 5 $2 million players, or you could get a couple of rookie dart throws and then maybe a veteran who for like a couple of million. So I always think it's a good strategy not to go up to the salary cap. You'll see it. They'll go right up to the salary cap. I mean, there'll be drafts where you see where people draft like the cheapest kickers you can see in the 24th and 25th round, purely because that's all they have room for.
I've seen that plenty of times.
There are players out there who are like owned in like double-digit Dynasty Owner leagues who are like average USFL kickers because their salary is cheap. They're never going to play. They're just there because that person needed a 25th spot and had not enough money for anybody else. But I don't think that's a winning strategy. And I mean, people could dispute me. Somebody could come up to me and tell me that they did it and they won. But I don't think that's a wise strategy personally, but we'll see. All right. Enough of my soapbox. I realized I was on the clock. I got a minute left on the clock too. Crap. That was dumb. All right.
What I do in that situation, like if I'm going to go all the way up to the cap, what I try to do is the last, whenever 15, 16, 17 round, I'll take an expensive player that is kind of questionable. Maybe he'll hit. I don't mind dropping if they're not producing, and then that's how I open up my cap space if I do go all the way up to the cap.
Okay. What am I gonna do? 40 seconds left. All right. Am I gonna no? Okay. What do I do then? Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Desmond Ritter, nice.
I took my third quarterback. I know he's probably not gonna play maybe this year, but I feel comfortable having 3 quarterbacks now. Yeah, and Dave Delp said what I was thinking, but I didn't feel like I could spend the $10 million. That just I'm sorry, I forgot to. Yes, the answer to that is yes.
It's like it's built in basically to where it won't even let you see certain players if you don't have the money for them.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. Great. They disappear all of a sudden. You'll see it later on, Jason. That it's at a certain point, those guys you'll be like, I thought so and so. What? Like Russell Gage isn't been drafted. Why can't I see him? You don't have enough room to see him. Sorry, you've been excluded from seeing Russell Gage. Or, for example, like Jay, you could show. You could show. No, you could show your screen right now. You cannot, like, I'll show my screen real quick. Let me stop this sharing, just as a sort of an instructional thing, and then I'll share this screen. Hang on, let me try to share that screen. Okay, so okay, is that the right? Okay, yeah. So you can see on my screen here, you can see Dak Prescott is available to be. And Deshaun Watson, 46 million. Now, Jay, if you show your screen, right? If I stop sharing on mine and you show your screen, is this your screen, Jay?
Yeah.
On the bottom? Okay. You will not see either one of those guys on Jay's board. Like, because you cannot afford Deshaun Watson anymore. He's $46 million and you have $43 million of cap. You also can't see Dak Prescott, am I correct?
Yeah, I can't see Dak.
He can't see Dak Prescott because he can't draft a $40 million quarterback and fill out the rest of his roster. So Jay is excluded from drafting either one of those guys right at this moment, right now, for the rest of the draft, basically. Whereas I could still draft them. So that's kind of what happened. So that actually worked for a minute just because we were kind of we were in different spots, so we were able to kind of show my spot versus your spot. All right, we'll put the book up so people can see, because we after I took Desmond Ritter. Oh, actually, I got distracted after the Brevin Jordan pick by J Dog, and then Romeo Dubes. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, from the Packers. McCole Hardman. Then I took Desmond Ritter. Dem Chi-Town Boys took Jamison Crowder from the Bills. Hip Hopopotamus took David Bell from the Browns, and then Jamal Williams from the Lions. And now we're back to Dem Chi-Town Boys, who just took Tyler Higbee. Okay. So now oops. We didn't the board. Sorry, I think I forgot to do that. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to have to find a pick because it's my pick. 60. All right. I am going to think for a minute or two here. Don't be alarmed. I'm just thinking.
See if I can guess who Steve's going to pick here. What is your salary at? 85. It's either Russell Gage or KJ Osborne is who I'm guessing.
Those are fine guesses. What pick? Okay. Well, I'm going to do it. Russell Gage is still there. He should not be there at that point in time. He should not. There's no reason for him to be there. No reason for him to be there. So I did it. Realistically, I could have taken Russell Gage when I took Michael Gallup, and he's lasted 2 more rounds for me. And I love Russell Gage. Yeah, I shouldn't have. I got lucky, but we'll see. Now I've got Russell Gage and Mike Evans.
Which that'll play out well while Chris Godwin's out.
Yeah, it should. If he's out, he might not be out from what they're saying.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's very possible.
Dave Delp is excited.
Delp is he's very excited for me. I assume that's for me. I assume that's for my pick of Russell Gage, not for the Tyler Higbee pick or the Robert Tonyan pick. Not that those picks aren't exciting. I'm not trading. No, what? No, I'm keeping him after a couple games. I think he's. I'll go back to it. If Tom Brady is calling him to tell him to come play for them, he plans on throwing him the ball, barring injury or just a catastrophic lack of chemistry between the two of them. So we'll see. All right, who is in the pick? Is that Wan'Dale Robinson? Okay, after Carter took Robert Tonyan, and then all Barkley No Bite took Wan'Dale Robinson. So we should do kind of a salary reset right now. So all Barkley No Bite is over 100 million, 108. Hurts Me Harder is 106.7. Jay's at 102.28. Nope. Oh, them Chi-Town Boys is 98.3. Then I think it's me at 95.35. Okay. So I'm in the middle. I'm 5th. But then some other people like J-Dog, who has one less pick, is 91. So he could go ahead of me with his next pick. And then we've got Hip Hoppopotamus in the 86 million. Rudy Dynasty Trade School at 83. Tragic Bronson at 80. Oracle at 78. Meat Mountain at 72. And Nashville Riverboat Gamblers at 60, which is very low for 13 rounds of Dynasty pick. So J-Dog must have heard you took KJ Osborne. J-Dog, were you going to take KJ Osborne before Jay mentioned him? Did he pique your interest or thoughts about KJ? Let us know in the chat. So you can be honest. It's okay. This wouldn't be the first time that something has happened to make somebody make a pick. All right. Gus Edwards from the Oracle. I thought about Gus in the Russell Gage spot. I thought about him in the Desmond Ridder spot too. All right. Appreciate the honesty, J-Dog. He said yes.
I like KJ Osborne a lot. Just the cheap salary. The Vikings are going to throw the ball a ton this year from everything I've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly what Jason said, because of his salary. He's right, because he's under $1 million. So, you know, I mean, and you're looking at this point, you're getting a bench wide receiver, right? So, you know, you don't have to spend $10 million on your bench wide receivers like I kind of did with Russell Gage, but Russell Gage could also start for me. I think I like him that much. So we'll see. We'll see. So what do you think I know you didn't like your start, Jay, but what do you think of your team so far?
It's all right. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Really, it's going to depend on the quarterbacks, I think. If Winston or Fields can have a good year, I'll be all
right. Okay. Yeah. Well, isn't that the way for almost everything in the NFL?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, everybody in the NFL basically is dependent upon a quarterback. All right, so what we got? Rudy, Dynasty Trade School. Then we've got the Nashville Riverboat Gamblers, the only team to take a kicker, and they've taken 2. So nobody else has taken 1 yet. And we're getting kind of to the point where it's time to kind of take somebody, right? I mean, kickers are kind of probably starting to go off the board. All right. Ooh, tight end. Gerald Everett from the Chargers to the Dynasty Trade School. Austin Hooper of the Titans to Nashville Riverboat Gamblers. And then Hayden Hurst to the Bengals to Jay. Out of all those 3, I like your pick the best, Jay, personally.
Thank you.
But I know actually you like Gerald Everett a lot.
I do. I would have took Hayden Hurst over Everett just because I'm getting a little up there in salary, and Hurst is a little bit cheaper.
Okay. But yeah, but at the same point, but I mean, do you think Everett's going to have a better year than Hurst?
Probably, yeah. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, but not enough to justify the extra salary.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. I would have picked Hurst, but then again, I already have 2 tight ends, which is why my thought process up for a while ago was maybe to not take Ertz when I took him and to wait and take Hayden Hurst as my backup tight end, like in this area. But I liked Ertz too much to pass up that him when I picked him. So, and then I didn't want I didn't feel like it was worth $3.5 million for a third tight end in Hayden Hurst. So, okay, we got there. Is that Nico Collins from Texans? Okay, Tragic Bronson, good pick. Sad news about Mechie, John Mechie. Yeah. That's tough.
The only, and it's not even a positive. I shouldn't call it. I don't know what I would call it, but thank God he signed his contract first, and it didn't happen before the draft. That way he's got insurance. He's got some money now. At least he can battle it properly.
Yeah, good. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. So, and that reminds me a little bit actually of supposedly what I heard was that the Seattle, they made Carson take his physical, Chris Carson, fail it, so then they could release him as an injury designation. So then he keeps his insurance and longer and everything. So, which I thought if that's a classy move, because basically that costs Seattle money, right? Yep. I mean, they're paying his insurance premiums. You got to think. I mean, maybe NFL players have co-pays, maybe they don't. I don't know, but it's got to cost them something, right? Yeah. Whereas they just could have said, well, he's hurt and he's damaged. We don't want him. I mean, damaged goods gone. So I thought that was a classy move by them. So, all right. Okay. So Rudy said, Caden, but I have Chase. Okay. And then I was banking on Irv in the Minnesota passing offense and Everett because he takes Cook's 60-plus targets. Okay. Oh, Jared Cook from last year. Okay. All right. So we had Donovan Peoples-Jones and Pierre Strong just go for Meat Mountain, who is $74 million in salaries. Wow. That's extremely low. So, all right. So I think Riverboat Gamblers is the lowest at 66.2, basically, after 14 rounds. And the highest is, all Barkley, no bite, 108.2. You're third in salaries, Jay. I'm kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm fifth. Okay. Okay. I'm not unhappy with that. I mean, it's solidly in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to be the guy, the only guy overspending, but I also don't want to be cheap just for the sake of being cheap.
All right, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and just because I don't believe in Geno Smith at all, so I'm gonna take Drew Lock and as my third quarterback. It's a different bye week than Jameis Winston and Justin Fields, so I'm hoping he's starting in week 14. But I see a couple teams after me that only have one quarterback, so I wanted to get the cheap guy now.
No, that's a good strategy. That's a good strategy. So, yeah, I mean, and right before you, Tragic
there's
Bronson.
Three other teams. Go ahead.
They have only one quarterback.
Yeah. Hip Hop Anonymous, It Hurts Me Harder, and All Barkley No Bite.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, and the Oracle only has one quarterback as well.
Huh. Wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like I kind of had to do that there. The pick before me, though, Calvin Ridley, great pick. Excellent talent to get in the 15th round. I know he's not going to play this year, but he's been a wide receiver one. He's got the potential to do it again, and I don't see him coming back with Atlanta. I feel like he'll get traded before 2023 even starts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. We'll see. But yeah, honestly, I'll be honest with you, I kind of forgot about Ridley. I could have taken him. I would have been happy taking him a while ago, and I didn't. I forgot.
Yeah, I did too. That's when I seen it. I was like, oh man.
I did that in the I think the Polian League I have Cam Akers, where I took him even after his injury last year. I took him in like the 6th round or something. Just I wasn't expecting him obviously to play last year. That was shocking, but I was like, well, he's going to be one of my starting running backs the next year.
Yeah.
So, but that's a good pick. That's smart. He looking at the board, finding a diamond out there. So, all right, and then the Riverboat Gamblers took Devontae Foreman from the Panthers, and so now Rudy's on the clock. Now I'm up in a few picks, and so I don't get caught with my pants down, maybe I should look at this.
Well, I got a few picks. I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast.
No problem. No problem. It's a good plan for right now. Okay. All right. So, J.D. McKissick Dynasty Trade School took from the Commanders. All right. That's a good pick. Now we've got the Oracle on the clock. Okay. So the Oracle is on the clock. Should be interesting. He's got people he could take. A lot of people he could take right now. And who did he take? Oh, Aaron Rodgers. Okay. You just vaulted into the league and lead in salaries, Oracle, at 116 million. And then J-Dog took Darrell Williams from the Cardinals. Good pick. I like that pick. All Barkley, no bite went with Geno Smith. So Jay was probably right, and a couple people were going to go with quarterbacks. So, and then Hertz took AJ Green, who I really am like at this spot in salary. It's at 3.5 million. So, okay, well, that tells me what am I going to do here? You were right about the quarterback, about the running backs, Jay, about the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I figured it was about that time.
Yeah.
I'm a little upset to see McKissick and Williams gone. I had both of them queued.
Oh, okay. Oops. Why am I'm sorting by? No. Hmm. No. No. Okay. Let's see what. Wow. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. How much time? Okay, I got 1:42, but I'm gonna probably make a pick unless I see something. 14. Okay. All right. I'm going to go with. Or do I do that? No. Okay. All right. I'm going to take Jarvis Landry. That's what.
Tyler Boyd is the ultimate wide receiver handcuff.
Oh, no. Yes.
I feel like if either Higgins or Chase were to go down, Boyd would just absolutely explode.
Yeah. Well. No, I went with Jarvis Landry. I would have taken AJ Green actually, probably if he had been there. I do like AJ Green this year, so. But Jarvis, $3 million for Jarvis Landry, he was so consistent.
Yeah.
In Miami and in Cleveland, so I just think, yeah.
And just Michael Thomas is so uncertain right now. Nobody
Yep.
knows what he's going to be this year.
Yeah, I mean Landry could be the one receiver. I mean,
yeah, he really could.
All right, Devin Duvernay, Dem Chi-Town boy Duvernay, who I contemplated, and the hippopotamus took Josh Palmer and then Jonathan Garibay from the kicker from the Cowboys, rookie free agent kicker for the Cowboys. So he's cheap. $853,000, I think, is his salary for this year. So. Problem. Getting quiet. People are you know what people are doing when it gets quiet. Everybody's thinking of what they want to do. So it starts to get very, very quiet. As Bugs Bunny would say.
I see the Mostert comment, but I am just so concerned in Miami with how many running backs they have.
Yes.
Yes. It seems like they got 7 capable running backs on that roster.
Because they do. They do. And I'm with you on that. I don't think I want a piece of that personally. So I don't think I'm gonna do that. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Matt Gay. Good pick.
Oh, there. Another kicker. Okay.
About that time to start getting some kickers.
Yeah. That's what I'm debating. On that or I'm debating on that versus a because I don't have a kicker. I don't have a third tight end yet. I mean, I technically don't have a bench running back right now, so maybe I should do that. I don't think I realized that until I looked at the draft results by my roster and realized that I'm surprised, but I've been going wide. I've been doing a lot of wide receivers. Yeah, I've been taking basically wide receivers and quarterbacks for the past four rounds. So probably a good idea to grab a running back here, which could argue for Mostert. That could argue for Mostert. He's not the one with the highest ADP on the board or lowest ADP on the board, but the question is, okay. This is somebody I actually like. Is Dearness Johnson? That's who I took.
It's not a bad pick at all. Every time he's been on the field, he has looked excellent.
Yes, and that's kind of my reasoning. I'm kind of building up a lot of guys on bye in week 9, but I think that's one of those 6 bye weeks. So you're kind of not gonna have a hard time avoiding having a lot of guys out that week. Honestly, so that's gonna be a tough week for a lot of people. Just I'm looking at the teams that are on bye in week 9, and it's Cleveland, Dallas, Denver, Giants, Steelers, San Francisco.
Oh
yeah. Yes. That's true. There aren't any more running backs left. They're just not very good ones. I mean, how many running backs does Rudy have, though? So let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay. And I got 4, so I'll figure it out. I got a lot of wide receivers. That seems to be my MO. The last couple of things I've picked, league things I've done is that I take a lot of wide receivers.
Yeah, there's just so much talent there in the later rounds with them that it's hard to pass up.
Yes, and that's kind of the reasoning. Yeah, is that there are a lot of them to pick and choose from. So, I mean, and but the thing is for me, I think there's going to be players available at the end who, nobody's going to be like, oh, I desperately want so and so, such and such a running back. Their third string and everything. But then there's a team or two or more every year who goes in and their third string running back ends up playing a lot.
Yeah.
So Hurst Me Harder just went with Robert Woods. So they are way ahead of everybody else in salary. Is $126.5 million. So they are only going to have under 20 million left for the final 9 rounds. So, okay, interesting.
An average of $2 million per pick.
Yep. And they have 1 quarterback. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one to figure out.
I think that the Nashville Riverboat Gamblers will be happy to swoop in there and make a trade with their 4 quarterbacks.
I was hoping to get Trubisky. Good pick there. I honestly think there's a chance that he starts all year long. Kenny Pickett hasn't even gotten hardly any work yet with the first team. They're not letting him throw in front of the fans yet. So I just don't think he's anywhere close to ready yet. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Trubisky start at least majority of the season.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. Not sure what I think of that since I took Kenny Pickett, but it's okay. It's okay because I mean, drafting Kenny Pickett, you weren't guaranteeing yourself a starting 16 game quarterback this season. If that's what you think, that's not what I thought. I thought he might start, but I was also prepared that he might not start. But all right, J Dogs took Jelani Woods from the Colts.
Is he the next Kylan Granson? I see a lot of people talking about him.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people talked about Kylan Granson last year, but I think the difference is that he's being drafted as opposed to like Granson was like everybody grabbing him out the free agent auction last year. Mark Ingram, who I thought about taking with the my pick when I took Deontay Johnson, but I honestly thought Ingram would last longer. Yeah, I thought there was a legit chance I could take Ingram in the next round.
There wasn't because I would have took him.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because I know I'm probably getting 6 games out of him.
I agree. But I mean, the problem for me is that I probably don't need those first 6 games. I need somebody who's going to play in later games.
Yeah, when the bye weeks start.
Yeah, because I don't think unless Javonte or Antonio Gibson gets hurt or Ramondre, I'm not playing Mark Ingram over any of those guys. And so if that happens, so he's a bench, and then after 6 weeks, he's probably like a practice squad guy that you just keep around in case Kamara gets hurt. So
yep, I agree completely on that.
So I guess that's why I went with Dearness over Ingram. But with that said, if Ingram had slipped through to everybody to me again, I would have taken him. Yeah. Yeah. Jason's saying they said Kamara's legal case is getting pushed out till next year.
Yeah, but the legal and the suspension from the NFL is probably going to be 2 different things. From everything I've seen on it, it's a pretty open and shut case. I mean, they beat the living crap out of the dude, so I don't see. I mean, it's definitely possible. The NFL's done crazier things, but I'm thinking he's going to get suspended to start the year. But again, I haven't seen anything definitive on that.
Yeah, he could get suspended a couple of games at the beginning of this year and get suspended more if he gets like convicted or something.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not
with the Riverboat Gamblers here. He's at $68 million. He's only got 4 wide receivers. Interested to see if he goes with Michael Thomas or Amari Cooper.
Oh, those are big money. Okay, if you were going to pick one of those 2 guys, which one? Who would you pick, Amari Cooper or Michael Thomas?
It'd be Amari Cooper, just because my concerns are a little less with him. There is a big question mark with him, though, going to Cleveland. He hasn't played very well outdoors and things like that. So he's definitely a risk, but it's a lot less risk of it than Michael Thomas, and it's only $750,000 savings.
Yep, I'm with you. That's what I would have. That's who I would have taken. But he took Isaiah Pacheco from the Chiefs.
And that's who I was hoping to get. But well, I know I just talked crap about him, but you talked me into it, Dave Delp. I need a running back bad, so Raheem Mostert it is. There's nobody else left.
Yeah, there's really nobody else left.
I can realistically see getting touches.
Yeah, there's dart throws and hopes and prayers. So, and basically clear backups who aren't playing unless the other guy gets injured.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, there's a few of those, but
I think my next pick is going to shock you a little bit. I know.
Okay.
It's probably hard to do at this stage of the draft.
Oh, Tyler Boyd. Okay. Tragic Bronson took Tyler Boyd.
Good pick.
Who people thought I should have to stack with Burrow, but just with all the wide receivers I have, I just didn't see Boyd playing much off of more than a bench option and didn't think it's worth the stack. So, yeah.
Dave, yes, DJ Chark is still out there. I don't remember calling his name or hearing his name called. And then
yes, he is out. He is out there, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Yeah,
I don't remember. Okay, yeah.
Wow, he has actually a very low ADP. 240 is his ADP. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but there's a lot of guys out. There's some guys out there who have lower ADPs who don't have much salary, so. All right, who did Meat Mountain take? Up, Greg Dulcich. I don't know how to pronounce this. Sorry, Greg. From the Broncos, the tight end from the Broncos, and Michael Thomas. Meat Mountain took Michael Thomas over Amari Cooper. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. I wouldn't have picked that one, but that's okay. To each their own. It's not a stack situation because he doesn't have like Jameis Winston, so. Right, so then it's Tragic Bronson who just picked up Trey Sermon.
That was going to be my pick.
That was going to really? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, just that. I mean, they spent a higher pick on him last year. I know he had a terrible year, but at this stage, I was willing to take a shot on him.
Actually, he was in my I don't have a queue set up, but he was on my list of kind of like later round darts because, like you said, they did pick a high pick on him. He's not that expensive. You know, the 49ers throw multiple running backs out there. It's not a bad flyer.
Yeah.
Who did you take
instead? Handcuff. Take Derrick Henry's handcuff. Hassan Haskins.
Okay. Even though you don't have Derrick Henry.
Yeah. I just want to try to get some production out of a running back somewhere at some point in the season this late. And Henry was hurt last year, so we'll go with Haskins there.
I mean, and look what they ended up doing last year. I mean, it was Devontae Foreman and oh God, I can't even remember the second guy.
Dontrell Hilliard.
No, Dontrell Hilliard. That's right. God, I was trying to remember. Yes, I mean those were on nobody's radar.
Good pick there. You ain't gonna get half a year out of him, but it's a good pick.
Okay.
This late. I mean, the teams he's connected to right now is the Chiefs, the Packers, and the Rams. So either one of those spots that he goes, he's going to produce. And in the 17th round, you can't ask for anything more.
Yeah. Yep,
Thornbury. That's the same thing I was thinking. You never know with Kyle Shanahan.
Exactly. I'm with you. And honestly, apparently he wasn't going to get through both of you, but if he had come to me, he was on my list for the exact same reasons. Great minds think alike, right?
Yep. That backfield is always a crapshoot.
I think it's more of a crapshoot than the New England backfield now.
Yeah, now that we've seen multiple years of it, I think you're right.
I mean, because that's what everybody always used to say about the New England backfield. Oh, who knows who's going to play? You don't know from this. And they're right. But now I feel like it's Harris or Ramondre with White, if he's healthy, as the third down back. And the rookie is maybe playing on special teams and learning, right?
Yeah.
You could kind of see that coming together. Injuries are going to impact everything like that. But, the 49ers, 1 week it could be Mitchell. The next week, Jeff Wilson could come and play. And then the following week, it's like Trey Sermon comes in and plays. Like he gets a carry like early in the first half to like give him a blow to like, Mitchell, and he rips off a 20-yard run. And then Shanahan's like, oh, let's hand it to him again. And he rips off a 10-yard run. And then Shanahan's like, oh, Trey's having a good game. Let's hand it to him a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Elijah Mitchell didn't do anything wrong and is sitting on the bench because Shanahan's like, oh, Trey's hot today. Let's keep feeding him the ball, I mean, it's not a complete. I just didn't fabricate something out of thin air there. I mean, right? I don't think I did. I mean,
no, not at all.
It's not like hugely but it could happen. It's logical. I mean, if it happened, nobody would be like, "Oh my God, that was amazing." Nobody would have predicted that. So,
there goes DJ
Rudy
Chark.
went with DJ Chark. Yep.
Rudy, are you still in the chat? I'm curious. I see you took John Mechie. Do you think he possibly would have lasted the rest of the, till the 20th round or something with the news that came out?
Oh yeah, actually, I would have thought he would have lasted longer.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Just I didn't think he would get drafted after that.
I thought he'd get drafted. I thought he'd get drafted in like the 23rd, 24th, 25th. I didn't. I thought it would be that's where he would go because somebody would be like, oh, I got a couple million and he's talented and I don't need him this year, so just kind of draft him and keep him.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can see that.
Yeah, especially because if he comes back, he's got 3 more seasons at what 2.3 million, is it?
Yeah. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in that area, but yeah. So all right. Oh, kicker alert! Cade York went to the Oracle. Very good, very good. Always good when you can get a kicker for about a little over $1 million. Oh, is that from the Patriots? Yep. Tyquan Thornton from the Patriots. Okay. Who apparently they love. I don't know. Oh. Guess Rudy didn't hear the news. Yeah. Sadly, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah. Sad.
Yeah,
sad.
Very, very unfortunate.
A couple days, 3-4 days ago, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It was definitely recent.
Yeah. I don't think it was after the live stream, I think on Wednesday, because we didn't talk about it there. So I assume it happened after that because we would have at least glossed over it. Yeah. I would think. But it could have been late Wednesday. It could have been late Wednesday. It could have been late Wednesday. So, all right. So now we've got all Barkley, no bite, who's running against the cap a little bit at 118 million. Not so much as Hurts Me Harder is, but both of them are getting up there. So Velus Jones from the Bears. I thought about him, but I already have Mooney, and I didn't want to have that. So
yeah, that's not exactly
Sammy Watkins. Okay. All right. Well, I feel like I have to make this pick. I'm not sure I really want to make this pick, but I think I have to. And it's Jacoby Brissett.
Good pick.
Because I don't want to. Even before you start talking about Pickett maybe not starting, I didn't want to get holding a bag with no bench quarterback.
Right.
And I don't have the money. I don't have the salary cap room to grab a Kirk Cousins or Dak Prescott late. I just don't have the kind of space right now. So
yeah,
I guess I could have waited clear space and then clear cap and then kind of get one of those guys. But I think I'd just rather have Jacoby Brissett and figure he plays the first 4, 6, 8 games. So we'll see. So I always come surprised because if somebody like Barkley, no bite, I guess in that spot, if I wanted a quarterback there, I would have taken Brissett over Trubisky.
Yeah.
I mean,
just because of the savings.
Yeah, it's not a huge savings. It's 2.8, but it's one less year too.
Yeah, that when you're up against the cap, man, does every little bit help.
Yeah. This is a correct statement. Mayfield's still available. And I thought about it with Mayfield. I just don't think he's worth the extra $1 million over Jacoby Brissett. Especially because with Joe Burrow as my starting quarterback, barring an injury, I'm not playing anybody else other than Joe Burrow as my starting quarterback.
Right.
I'm never looking at it saying, "Oh, I should really bench Joe Burrow for like Jacob. I should really play Jacoby Brissett or Kenny Pickett over Joe Burrow." I'm not saying that at any time. Oh, okay. Now the hippopotamus went with Dak Prescott, which the problem with for good pick, I would have loved to have taken Dak or Kirk Cousins instead of Jacoby Brissett, but I just didn't feel like I could swing it salary wise. And them Chi-Town boys, that's Nick Westbrook-Akeen, good pick. That's a good pick. I like that pick a lot. $895,000. He could be the starter opposite Robert Woods at the beginning of the year, depending on how Treylon Burks is working out.
Yeah.
So that's pretty affordable. That, I mean, for $895,000, that's pretty affordable. Who's I? Oh, yeah, he does. Hip Hippopotamus Holmes and Dak Prescott. Wow.
I don't think
That's
I've
a
ever
good
seen something like that before.
No, I mean, I would venture to bet that that's the only roster in Dynasty Owner with those two guys on it.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, all right. Them Chi-Town boys took everybody's favorite RV living quarterback Gardner Minshew. All right. So what am I going to do here? What am I going to do here? Let's see. No. I don't want. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do my homie kicker pick and take Nick Folk.
That's the New England kicker, right?
Yeah. Oh, Justin Tucker. The kicker run. Daniel Carlson.
You don't hear that much anymore. Kicker run.
No. Yeah. Except for my redraft league when like the 23rd, 24th round when people start taking everybody starts taking kickers and defenses because we play with defenses.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got to have one. We used to have it back in the day where they mandated the commissioner mandated you have two defenses and two kickers. And so everybody in the last two rounds was just all defenses and kickers. I mean, and it would take forever because people would be like debating between like which backup defense they wanted. You know, do I want this one or that one? And you're like, and checking bye weeks and stuff. And you're like, oh my God, this is taking longer than like the first round, you know, to pick your backup defense that you're going to probably drop immediately.
Right.
After you use them, or after they have a buy, whatever, you just dropping them immediately. So it made it was a bad mandated rule. So we got rid of it, which is nice. Okay. All right. J Dog took Tyler Huntley. Does he have no, he does not have Lamar Jackson. That's Dynasty Trade School. Okay. All right. So what do we? So J Dogs is not over 100 million so far. All right. The Oracle
took my kicker.
Rodrigo Blankenship.
Yeah, I love his name.
Is he gonna start though? Is he gonna? I guess that's why I like Folk, because he's not that much. He's a little expensive, 2.5 million, but I'm pretty damn sure he's going to be the kicker. Like Blankenship, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he started for the last 2 or 3 years for him.
But he was hurt almost all last year.
You're right, yeah.
He was hurt, and they had who did they have for a while? They had a couple of different people. So yeah. So I think that was I don't know. I mean, that could be one of those things where he gets cut and then signs to somebody else's practice squad, or maybe doesn't. You just don't know.
Yeah. He was a good kicker at Georgia. I forgot he played for the Dogs.
Oh yeah. He was a good kicker for the Colts.
Yeah.
Before he got hurt. I mean, but that's the problem. I mean, he's cheap, so you'd love to have him, and if he kicks well, that's great, but there's no guarantee he's playing.
Yeah.
So, whereas there's pretty much a guarantee Cade York is playing because they picked him. They drafted him this year, so he's pretty much playing. So, and because McPherson was so good last year as a kicker in Dynasty Owner and so cheap, Cade York is basically like McPherson last year.
Yeah.
Nope.
Harrison Butker.
A little too pricey for me to pay for a kicker.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought Dave Delp ruined my next pick, but he didn't.
Oh. I think he was telling me to take him.
It may have. I don't know how long it's
been. The Riverboat Gamblers, Kirk Cousins. That's a good pick. He was telling me that was for me, but I didn't listen to that. So I guess I was worried. Because very few people had taken kickers that this would eventually be the kick. There'd be a kicker run, and I wanted to be near the beginning as opposed to near the end of it.
Yeah.
So see, he's trying to get me to pick him. Yeah, I felt like I needed to go kicker there. So we'll see. Somebody picked him though, Dave. Somebody picked him.
Somebody on the stream too.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're all right, buddy. That's the fun part about doing it this way is you can give away your picks, or you can try to hide them or play them off, kind of like I did with Mostert a little bit, even though I didn't really have intentions of drafting them, but it worked.
Yeah, I don't know what you're sorry about, Dave. Jay got the guy. Jay got him. He didn't lose him. Oh, Tragic Bronson took Tim Patrick. Okay. Now Jay took Greg Joseph. Okay.
Yeah, he's $2.5 million, and the Vikings should be improved on offense this year. So.
Yeah, and he's only 1 year, so if he stinks and gets dropped or stinks, you can cut him, and not pay much. So that's the only problem with Folk, is that his contract is 2 years, but I think Belichick really likes him for a team because they don't, I think he likes having a reliable kicker for this team because of Mac Jones at quarterback. He doesn't have to make Mac try to make 4th and 3 at the 32-yard line. He'll just trot Folk out there for a 49 or 50-yard field goal and pretty much figure he's going to make it.
Yeah.
whereas like Tom would have been rip shit at Bill for that.
Right.
I mean, he would have been like, "Why you? It's 4th and 3rd. I got the best play for this one." I mean, like, yeah. So Max probably more like, "Okay, well, I could have made it, but we'll take 3 points."
Took one of Steve's favorite players.
Who I didn't see. Oh, James White. Oh, I love James White. I think might be done though. He might be done.
Possible.
Yeah. So, but hey, I mean, anybody who scores 2 touchdowns for you in a Super Bowl victory for your team,
love him forever.
Yeah, love him forever.
It's like me and Fast Willie Parker. I'll always have a lot of love for Willie Parker. He had that huge 80-yard run in the Super Bowl.
Well, for me, it's a baseball player. It's Dave Roberts, who stole the base to help the Red Sox make it to beat the Yankees and win the ALCS and then win the World Series.
Yeah.
And so I live in DC, in case people don't know. Dave Roberts was the manager. He got traded to San Diego the next year because he wanted to play and he wasn't going to start for the Red Sox. So they traded him to San Diego. So I'm wearing my Nationals gear and I'm at a Padres Nationals game. And Dave Roberts is batting first. And I get up and he gets the biggest round of applause you've ever heard at RFK Stadium for like a guy on the San Diego Padres. Because people looking at me, I'm like, I'm a Red Sox fan. He won me a World Series. This man gets a standing ovation every time he comes up to bat this game. So
oh God.
No, I was just saying that's what and if I ever go to a Dodger game, if I ever go to and they announce the manager, he gets a big round of applause because that's what he deserves. That's what he deserves. And if I ever ran into him in a bar, he would get a free beer or free whatever he wants to drink.
Good pick, Rudy. I know Paris Campbell's been beat up the last couple of years, but he's on fire in training camp. I actually had him in my queue hoping he'd make it back.
Wow. Okay. Did he take somebody took Alec Pierce? Was that Rudy too, or
no? I don't think so. Riverboat.
Okay. Oh yeah. So it was in that area. I knew in that general vicinity of drafting took him.
Yeah, so, I knew it was right, either right after me or a couple picks after.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think the guy who I was thinking of taking instead of Folk has still kind of survived. Oh, Hunter Henry went. Okay. Marquez Callaway. Okay. I think so. I got 3 picks, and I think who I was thinking of might have survived the onslaught of picks. So we'll see. Wow. Really? Okay. Okay.
Is Dave Delp? What's his team name? The Wannabes?
No, that's David Brady. Dave Delp is Big Grizz.
Okay. I get them.
Dave Brady is
because they're both Dave.
Yes. I don't think Dave Delp has as many teams as David Brady does. Nobody has as many teams as David Brady does in Dynasty Owner. He has like 30 or something. I'm not sure how the number is now. He was on earlier. David was on earlier. I don't know if he's still paying attention, if he still has us on or paying attention or not. But if you are on David Brady, tell us how many teams you have. If you can count them if you can count up that high, or maybe it's a number in flux or something. Like I saw Matt the Jerk, he said he bought an orphan team, and he's now up to 9. So I guess I shouldn't talk. This is going to be my 5th.
I think this is my 5th as well. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yep, this is my 5th.
Yeah.
I know Juan Blanco and Abbott both have over 20 teams as well.
Yeah, they do. And there were a couple. When I did the survey, there were 7 or 8 people who had 10 plus at the time. That was back in like February. So they could have added, people could have added more. And I think Hip Hopopotamus had like 10 startups this year. I think he's up to like 16.
Got the draft bug.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if any of them have, I don't know if they've all drafted or not drafted. I don't know. I didn't look deep enough into it. I just saw that he had like you can tell by the league numbers. And so he had a lot of high league numbers that indicated that he was drafting this year, whether they've drafted already or he's going to draft. So, all right. Oh, I forgot. I'm picking. All right. Well, I've already queued this one up, and I think I'm just going to do it. Damian Williams. Not sure that's going to pan out, but if
the 19th, he can't beat it.
No. I think it's possible that he'll play enough to be respectable and maybe be at the end of be a bench guy. I mean, God forbid if I'm putting him in my starting lineup or flexing him, that's really bad. Okay, Dave Delp has 6. Okay. Now you're buying an orphan. I'm thinking about buying an orphan. Okay. Well, Jason has a good question. So how long does a dynasty league like this one last? How dedicated or loyal to this league will everyone be? Okay. So Dynasty Owner this is our, if you count the beta league, this is going to be our 4th year. We have not had a league fold, period. End of sentence. So if somebody drops out of this podcast listeners league, they could sell their team or they can orphan it and somebody will buy the orphan team in the orphan store. Or if you, for something you can't do it, or you think you want to sell your team, you could sell your team and make some money if you wanted to. You can only sell one at a time. But they fill orphans. We fill orphans. If people sell their teams, they fill the sales. So we haven't had a league fold, basically. So. And so I think it's because they don't do too many leagues so that there's, people are dedicated to joining this and want to play. So you're not going to get somebody flaking because, the first 3 games, they don't do very well and they have no skin in the game. So because you pay for it, I think everybody has skin in the game. So there's a reason to stick around and keep playing. So,
yeah.
And there's ways to get rid of a team if you can't play for some reason, if something unfortunate happens or you just are too busy, you can get rid of teams. So, all right. Let's see. So, I should have taken Isaiah McKenzie.
Yeah, I was thinking about it last pick, but
I was too, but the problem is that I needed running back. So I think they didn't take Crowder. Crowder was taken by them Chi-Town boys. I knew Crowder was taken in that spot. All right. McKenzie and Chanot, and then them Chi-Town boys took Sam J. P. Ryan and Austin Siebert. Siebert's the cheap kicker choice there. Okay. What do I want to do here? Boy, I don't know about doing that. Talking to myself again. It's okay. I don't mind. I don't think it's I really don't think it's a bad thing.
No, not at all.
No, I do it. I have to feel that way because I do it a lot. So, Oh, I don't know. Oh, geez, I only got 30 seconds. Just do that. I'm just going to take Riley Patterson. So he's on the Lions. He hasn't had a salary. He's going to be up from a little bit, but Matt Corral, good choice. Kind of got myself stuck by not people logged up and ready to go, but that's my own fault for talking too much.
Considering macro with this coming up pick.
Yeah, I got 2 rookie quarterbacks in this class. I think I'm set on those.
Yeah.
So I just panicked because I wasn't thinking about my picks. So
And it is getting slim pickings.
yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, you know what? But here's the thing. Here's what I think. I mean, at a certain point, we say that, and then like you'll go back and look at this draft, and you'll be like, "Oh my god!" So, like at the end of the season, you'll be like, "So and so got this guy with the 12 in the 20th round, and he finished like as the running back 10," and you'll be like, "Wow, that was such a great pick." You know, but during the draft, everybody's complaining, being like, "This guy sucks. I don't know why I'm picking him. I don't know. I just need a 5th running back, so I'm going to take him and see what happens. I'll probably drop him halfway through, you know." Yeah, and then like at the year, everybody took that guy in the 22nd rounds. Like, I knew he was going to be great. I had him targeted all along. It's like, yeah, if you go back and look in the chat, you'll be like, no, you didn't. You complained and drafted him, right? I mean, we could go back and do this and be like, every time somebody says great, whether like who they were talking about, we actually made a great pick by the season end, or whether that was a reach that didn't pan out, and you dropped them after 5 weeks.
Yeah.
So Kyron Williams from the Rams. I haven't paid attention. Is he hurt out for the season, or?
I don't think so. He had a really, really bad combine, so he fell pretty far.
But didn't he get hurt? I thought he got hurt too during OTAs. I thought hurt during OTAs. All right, so he's Kyron Williams, and then Jake Elliott, the kicker from the Eagles, went to J-Dog, and then the Oracle took Tyler Batty, who I think we discussed on the thing. I thought, for some reason, I'll look it up. I thought Kyron Williams got hurt during OTAs. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be inventing that. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's on track for preseason. So that tells him. Oh, he underwent surgery last month following a foot injury in OTAs. Okay, so I was right about that. So, but he might be back. They're making it sound like he might be back. So, all right, Jay's on the clock. The last couple of picks before Jay were Chris Evans went to the Bengals, went to Rudy for Dynasty Trade School. The Riverboat Gamblers took James Washington, formerly of the Steelers, now on the Cowboys, who's on a minimum $1.2 million salary. All right, see what Jay is going to do. KJ Hamler. Okay.
I like
nothing wrong piece of the Broncos, yeah.
Yeah, just some uncertainty there. Judy's a question mark. Who knows how Tim Patrick fits in, and I expect KJ Hamler to be the deep ball threat.
Yeah.
So maybe some cheap points on a bye week or something.
Yeah. I don't know where the emojis are on this chat.
Baker Mayfield.
Oh, somebody took Baker Mayfield. Chad asked any favorite picks, and I said all of mine, but that's not true. But Baker. So I think Jay and I are probably going to talk about this on the next podcast about this draft, and like, well, we can sit back and take a look. It's hard in the moment, but we can take a look at this tonight or tomorrow and look at it and go, oh, that's a good pick. Ones I can think of off the top of my head in terms of favorite picks. I forgot about Calvin Ridley, and I shouldn't have. And that was a good pick. I can't remember. I think you took it, Chad. And I'm not saying this to butter you up. It's just I think that was a good pick. You're not going to get him this year, but you got him in a spot where you wouldn't have got him in real life, if he was playing this year. So,
yeah.
All right. Kihil Shakir, and then Robbie Gould, kicker from the 49ers. Excuse me. So we are in round 21. So we've got 5 rounds left. So I'm trying to think if there's any other. That was one of the first ones that came to mind in terms of like a favorite pick.
I like the Isaiah McKenzie pick a lot late. I shouldn't overlook him. I like the OBJ pick.
Yeah, I mean, and now that we're kind of staring at like the hard part for me is like since we're staring at draft boards now, I'm thinking about like what I need and what I want to get and how much room I have and stuff. I can't remember honestly who made a great pick in round 4.
Right.
It's too long. It's too long ago, and it's too out of my focus right this minute. But if I print the draft board and go back and look at it later and stuff, I'm sure a lot of things will come back, and I'll be like, oh yeah, that was a great pick. I forgot about him. So David Njoku.
It's a little risky with the contract he just signed, but with Deshaun Watson there, he's an athletic freak. He had a couple huge games last year, so I'll take a shot on him this late.
No, I was surprised, not surprised that he was available. Like somebody like the Oracle who took Hunter Henry in round 19. That would have been somebody to take if you took, Henry. You could have taken Njoku.
Yeah, so on the way back around, my plan was either it was Baker Mayfield first and then Njoku second. I just think Baker, he's got a shot in Carolina at $18 million salary to bring back some value in a trade if you don't necessarily need him. So I was thinking about going that route, but I could see David Njoku being a tight end 1 when Watson's playing. So I'm very happy with it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have the room to spend $13 million on another tight end. So, well, I got Schultz and Ertz. So, I any other tight end are, going to be replaced, bench 1 week, 2 week replacements, right?
Right.
When Schultz and when Ertz is on bye.
Yeah, and I like Hayden Hurst, but he's not a guaranteed thing by any means. So I definitely needed a little bit of insurance there too.
Well, if you change your mind and want to trade Hurst, I'm
gonna ride him out. But he's been to a couple of different spots and didn't really perform like we expected him to. So it wouldn't surprise me to see him kind of underperform again. But I am expecting a decent year out of him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. Oh, yeah.
So what's your starting lineup looking like right now?
I would have to say, I'm liking it. I mean, I got Burrow, Javonte Williams, Antonio Gibson, Deontay Johnson, Mike Evans, Dalton Schultz. Then depending on, I've got Mooney technically is there based on draft position, but I think Allen Robinson would probably start in my flex right now. Or depending on the matchup, I could put Ertz there. So, or I could put Mooney there. So I'm liking it. I'm actually liking it quite a lot. So we'll see. I need backup quarterback as a concern. And running backs depth is a concern, but I might just leave myself some salary cap room and throw $1 million dynasty $3 running backs on the free agent auction and just hope that one of them kind of does something for me. So, all right. So I had OJ Howard, Benny Snell, Ricky Seals-Jones, Miles Gaskin. All right. Well, I'm going to take a tight end, and I got to check a bye week. I have it up, so yeah, I just don't know if he's gonna be around then. I don't know about that one. All right. What week are they on? Oh, hang on. Sorry. I'm trying to go through the bye weeks again. Okay. Who do I want out of those? Which one do I want? All right, I've kind of picked who's up. Oh, hang on. Let me see. Okay. So Tommy Tremble, tight end. No. I don't think. Yeah. I am picking a tight end, and I'm debating between John Bates from Washington and Josiah DeGura from Green Bay. And the debate is they both have bye weeks in week 14. And both of them have kind of starters ahead of them who are hurt. But I don't know if they'll be hurt in week 9 when I finally need my third tight end. So the money's about the same. I think I'm going to take DeGura. But that's just based off the fact that I kind of like him. He's consistent. Yeah. Well, okay. I know Dave Delp just said Tommy Tremble. And then he said he is starting, but he's starting for Carolina. and he's like a deep. I mean, let's pick the position players who you would rather have ahead of him. In that offense, Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. Rashard Higgins. Where does that leave Tommy Tremble? For snaps or anything like that. He had a good game last year where he had some kind of random rushing touchdown, and then they kind of never did that again. So I like DeGura a little bit better. I don't know. We'll see if Tanya gets hurt. DeGura could play every game and get 4 or 5 fantasy points, Dynasty Owner fantasy points for you every week.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. There's no. It's my third tight end. We're not we're not talking anybody. We're not talking anybody who I should be playing more than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
If everything pans out, if things don't pan out, then, yeah.
See, I want to point this out just in case anybody that hasn't played Dynasty Owners, new to Dynasty Owner, or something happens to catch this late in the video. Look at where Amari Cooper just went. Tell me where else you'll see that in fantasy football.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Just got Deshaun Watson.
21st round. Yeah. Look who we picked before him. We picked Austin Seibert from the Lions. Yeah. I was surprised that Cooper hadn't gotten picked yet, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Well, and there's somebody else like Marquise Valdes-Scantling. It's just the $10 million is scary.
Yeah.
It's just scary to think about. So. Probably should. I got picks. I probably should start throwing some running back darts, right?
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on how darty I want to go. Who did he take? Oh, Boston Scott. That was somebody I was thinking about, actually.
Yep,
I had.
As well.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to look at this for a real quick second. Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. All right. On the Darty throw running back board, Malcolm Brown.
That is definitely a dart throw.
Okay. All right. That's them Chi-Town boys. Getting harder to pick, and I struggle with the Cooper choice. Don't know who's going to throw to him. No, that's legit. But I mean, you had the room, so you know, I don't think that's a bad pick. I don't think that's a bad pick. I mean, at worst, if he's doesn't do anything, and Watson gets hurt, and they don't like him, and things like that, you can always throw. You can always use your amnesty and get rid of him.
Yeah.
So I mean, not for me. I wouldn't do it, but so yeah. What, Malcolm Brown? He's listed as a free agent. He just signed with the Saints. He could be your week 1 New Orleans Saints starting running back. It's possible. I mean, it's also unlikely. It's also possible that I drop him. It's also possible when he gets waived by the Saints that I drop him immediately. I mean, so we'll see. Oh, okay, Dave. Just messing with me. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm fine with. I mean, this is the Darty throw. This is the either you have a bunch of salary cap room and there's somebody out there who you want to take around, like them Chi-Town boys just did, or it's kickers, or it's throwing darts, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
That's pretty much what you're doing here in round 22, right? I mean, you're not looking for your starter. You're not looking for starters unless you have like $20 plus million in salary left, and you want to take like you take Amari Cooper. I mean, I'm trying to think of somebody who's out there who might be worth like Tyler Lockett's still out there. DeAndre Hopkins is still out there. Curtis Samuel is still out there. Marvin Jones is still out there. I mean, just like a lot of guys who,
Please tell me Christian Kirk's still out there.
Oh yeah, Christian Kirk's still out there. I just avoided him because I don't think it's worth.
We're in a good league.
Yeah, well, Christian Kirk and Kenny Golladay are both out there, and I mean, the juice isn't worth the squeeze on that. Oh, here's another one, Corey Davis. I missed him because he got taken, but Corey Davis was out there, $12.5 million. I'm not a big Corey Davis fan. I actually don't like him at all. I had him in a Dynasty other league for a while and got tired of him and got offered a 2nd and a 3rd round pick last year for him and couldn't hit the yes accept button fast enough. Totally unsolicited. I don't think the guy knew that I think Corey Davis is terrible. And he's like, I'll give you my 2nd and 3rd round pick in the 2022 draft. And I'm like, yes. Why is this button not working? How come it hasn't gone through yet?
Yeah, and honestly, like him or not, I like the pick there just because of where he's at salary wise. It's a sum you can easily afford, and it's a risk worth taking at that point.
Yeah. We also had Barkley took Young Ho Koo, an expensive kicker. Oh, hurts me harder took Kate Otten. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I had Koo, and I have him on one of my Dynasty Owner teams. I forgot to drop him when he got the salary, when he got the 5-year, $4.85 million salary.
Oh, yeah.
I blanked on dropping him, and now I'm stuck. He's worth an amnesty provision, or almost worth an amnesty provision, or maybe he is worth an amnesty provision. But I feel like a dope using an amnesty provision on getting rid of a kicker. So, and that's my rebuilding league. Or I actually think my team's better than I thought it was going to be, but yeah, I don't know. I might just stick with him and see what happens. Pray somebody loses their kickers and wants my guy, wants him. I don't think that's going to happen, but stranger things have happened, right?
Yeah, that they have.
So, yeah. But All right. Oh, Evan Ingram. Wow. That's $9 million for Evan Ingram. I mean, how's your third tight end? Okay, he is. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. I don't particularly like that pick, but I don't particularly like Evan Ingram because I don't really like Evan Ingram.
I'm gonna throw another running back dart here, and mainly this has to do with the new coach they brought in and the way James White has been used for his career that McDaniels has been there. So give me Kenyon Drake.
Oh,
I feel like there's a realistic possibility he gets the passing work in Vegas and in the 22nd round. That's all I can really ask for.
yeah. I mean, he's $5.5 million, but is that just 1 year?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so you could get rid of him. Yeah, so you're not holding on to him long term. Yeah, no, you've said that before, so I have him in another league, Dynasty League, and I'm going to keep him, but I'm not actively trying to grab him anymore. All right, so Dave Delp will be happy. Tommy Tremble just got picked up by Tragic Bronson, so
that was
we'll
going
see
to
what
be my
happens.
next pick.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's very, very athletic. Just a physical specimen. If he can put it all together, he should be a not necessarily an elite tight end, but I'd say a 7 to 9 range.
Okay. And he's only a little over $1 million, but yeah.
Yeah.
So okay. Oh well, you could if you said that a couple minutes ago, I might have taken him.
I've wrote about him in a couple articles. I'm surprised you didn't remember.
No, you have. You have. What is it? After midnight? I'm an old man.
Fair.
I'm tired. I'm lucky I didn't fall asleep on the keyboard during this draft. Come on.
This is my prime awake time.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is you're very lively right now. I'm like hanging on by a thread. So actually I'm not. I'm up this late a lot, but it's yeah. So but all right. Oh, okay. So Meat Mountain with Mike Davis and Matt Breida. Okay. I thought about Davis too. I had him last year. I don't know. It's possible. Kendrick. Okay. There goes that idea. Kendrick Bourne.
Well, there goes this idea.
What? Oh, John Bates. Yeah. That's okay. That's not a bad pick. Really not a bad pick. I mean, I debated between him and Degura, and so I'll take my pick.
Yeah, Bryce talked me into.
I mean, if I had really wanted Bates, I could have picked him on the wraparound. I could have picked him after I picked Degura, wrapped him around.
Yeah.
I guess I wanted a running back in that spot. Oh, did somebody take Julio? Okay. Riverboat Gamblers. And while he cost him $22 million right now, it'll go $6 million eventually soon, and then he'll get $16 million in savings. So he's really, he's hamstringing himself for just a tiny bit of time. So, but it's just the way every draft had the same spot. So there's no advantage or disadvantage. It's just the way it is. So, if it was a slow draft, then somebody might have gotten an advantage from this, but so if I thought that he would be taking anything away from anybody on that team, I would maybe have picked him, but no. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Pacific time advantage. That's true, Chad. But I'll be on the West Coast this week coming up. If I lived on the West Coast, I'd probably go to bed. There's nothing on TV after the games. I'm used to games being late and stuff. I'd probably be in bed by 10 o'clock every night. I mean, well, no, because East Coast people, we're used to late, baseball games. They start at 10.
Yeah.
If you're in the West Coast, those games, the early games start at 4, which is weird for me when I'm out there. and then the late games start at like 7. You
Yep.
know, and everything's done by 10, and you're like, okay, what do I do now?
Yeah, I love Saturday nights on the East Coast during college football season because there's games on to like 3 in the morning. It seems
Yeah,
like.
exactly. I mean, like those the 8 o'clock games, like, you know, I mean, those ESPN games, they end at midnight or after 11:30. It's great.
Yep.
I mean, but you know, but then my wife grew up in California and stuff like that. I mean, you know, they talk up, you know, you go out for brunch and watch football.
Yeah.
or
Yeah, that
you
would be weird.
or you wake up and then you have some coffee and like the first half of the first game you're watching with coffee and breakfast at home in slippers.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's weird to me. I don't know if I could deal with that. So, all right,
don't know.
Sam Howell, good pick by Rudy.
Did you watch a lot back in the day when Colt Brennan was with Hawaii?
No.
Oh man, they were so fun to watch, and it was always on after midnight. That was one of my favorite times in college football.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah, Rudy from 10 to 10 on the West Coast. Yeah, I guess it's just it's a full day. I mean, I play baseball. I'm going to play baseball in the mornings before the games start. So I mean, my Sundays are going to be jam packed because I'm going to play old man baseball till like noon or 11:30, and then race home, and make final lineup changes and everything. No, it's seriously. And then I'll take a quick shot, and then I'll take a quick shower after I make all the lineup changes. So like at 1, so then I'll miss like the first drive of the early games.
Yeah.
Or I tape it and then I just fast forward and catch up. So, anyways, okay, it's my pick. So Daniel Bellinger, who I like, that's a good pick. Barkley, and then hurts me harder took Cameron Brate. Oh, J Dogs took DeAndre Hopkins. Wow. Okay. Good pick. Good pick. All right. I got 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Let's see. No. No. Okay. Feel like. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a shot here. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. What bye week do I have there? 11. Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. All right. I took another running back shot here. Keyshawn Vaughn. Man, I can remember 2 years ago when people were taking him in 5th, 6th round.
Me too. In some places, they were taking him ahead of Ronald Jones.
Yeah. I remember the jerk in our beta league took him. I want to say, I'd have to look back because I wrote about it. I want to say he took him in the 7th round or something in the first year, like startup draft when Keyshawn Vaughn was drafted. So, what's your opinion on 3rd round reversal? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure.
So that's where the 3rd round reversal is. You'll pick the first 2 rounds, and instead of the person that had the 1-1 start in the 3rd round, whoever had the 1-12 starts the 3rd round, and you reverse it the rest of the way of the draft. The Scott Fishbowl does it. I'm in like the European version of the Scott Fishbowl. They did it. I guess it's fair in a way, but I didn't care for it. I would rather just do it how we do here, to be honest.
Yeah, no. The only thing I would change, and I think I've said this to Tim, so I'm not saying I don't like it, and it's such a minor advantage or disadvantage. I don't like the fact that we have an odd number of rounds, actually, because technically, like the first pick gets a minor disadvantage versus the 12th pick. because the 12th pick has the first pick in the last round, and then so it should be even. It should be an even number of rounds. Now, is it a big deal? Not really, but yeah, but third round reversal. I've never played in a league that's done that. I don't know if I don't know if I would like it. It doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't seem like worth it. But
I'm not sure. I feel like it's more of a big tournament style thing. Like Scott Fish.
It could be
stuff like that. Try to keep it even.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So after I took Keyshawn Vaughn, them Chi-Town boys took Jake Ferguson from the Cowboys, and then Hip Hop took Randy Bullock, kicker, and then Jeffrey Wilson. And then them Chi-Town boys took Ty Chandler, running back from the Vikings. All right. So now I'm on the clock. And what am I going to do here? All right, let's see what we got available. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Looking to see if there's anybody who I'm missing, who maybe slipped through that I didn't notice that I kind of want, because I can afford players now. I've got $113 million in salary. I mean, I could almost afford one of the big quarterbacks, but I don't really think I want any of them.
Yeah, you got the second lowest salary.
Do I really? Oh, okay. That's usually not that's usually not the way I do this, but it's just one of those things. Is there anybody I think could be worth like a pick up here? Kind of just sorting by salary and seeing what pops up here. That's how I'm doing. I'm actually sorting by salary because I can afford things. So now I want to see if there's anybody who's maybe worth normally wouldn't be worth the salary, but since I can do it, I can pick a good player, even if they have a high salary. I'm not taking like Christian Kirk though, I'll be honest, or Tyler Lockett, because I just don't think they're very good. But I mean, do I take a Curtis Samuel? I mean,
I actually like Curtis Samuel heading into this season. He was just hurt all year last year, so he kind of is getting a bad rap.
Yeah, I mean, but then, there's other guys who I could take available. I mean, Braxton Berrios played a lot last year. It's $6 million. It's only 2 years. I mean, maybe I could do that. I mean, he went to the U, so
I feel like he's going to be the fourth guy in that offense, though, with Elijah Moore and Wilson and Davis.
True, but I mean, an injury or two and he creeps his way up. So, I mean, I don't think Nelson Aguilar is going to be a thing in New England this year. Oh, shoot. I'm almost done. Okay. I took Curtis Samuel.
Not a bad pick at all.
I didn't.
He's a Buckeye. You can't go wrong with a Buckeye.
Oh, well, you can, but okay. All right. So Hurts Me Harder took Taylor Russolino, who's a free agent kicker. And the reason why that happened is that's probably one of the only people he can humanly draft right at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hurts Me Harder is going to pick like a $500,000 player right in this next round. That's about all they can do. So what I was looking for when I was doing that was looking to see if there's anybody like in a decently expensive running back who might fit my team, who might fit. But there really wasn't anybody. Like, just fell kind of because, like, they're not going to get a chance. But the expensive running backs left are like, like Tariq Cohen, free agents like Jursic, the San Francisco fullback.
Yeah.
I mean, just guys
David
who
Johnson.
yeah, they're not going to play. I mean, it's a lot of fullbacks, honestly. And, they're just none of them are going to do anything. So there's no reason to spend the money just to spend the money. I mean, I'd rather keep it. I'd rather keep it and then use it in the free auction for something that happens later on.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Rudy has a question. What do you think about auction leagues, Dynasty Owner auction leagues for more advanced play? So then you'd bid on a player with the salary and stuff. I did an auction. I've only done one. It was a Dynasty league. And I went in with a strategy. I had a strategy. I had it all planned out, but then the date of the draft got changed and I ended up driving home from like a trip to like Dutch Wonderland, which is a kids amusement park in Pennsylvania. So I'm driving and my wife is on our laptop, like making my picks, right? I'm telling her how much to bid. And like I got outbid for everybody and I ruined my whole strategy. I had no idea who to pick. And then I ended up winning the league because like by the end, like nobody had any money and I was picking up players for $3, like really good players for like $3 at the end because I could outbid everybody because nobody else had like more than $1 to bid or $2. And I'm like, oh, like one of them was like Dak Prescott. And I'm like, oh, Dak Prescott, I'll throw him out there. And people like $1. I'm like $3, and nobody else could bid more than $3 for him. And I was like, thank you. I will take him. I mean, I did that several times because people overpaid for Le'Veon Bell and Todd Gurley. This was back in the day. So, yeah. So I don't know. Otherwise, it's hard though. Deductions are hard. They take a lot of time. What do you think about ADPs being unavailable during drafts?
That I actually would like.
Okay, well, I feel like it gives everyone the chance to get the players they want for their dynasty team. Yeah, the problem is, by the way, Jay just drafted Zane Gonzalez and a couple of other people. The problem is that all you would have to do if it was like disabled for like our draft, for example, room, I could just open up another window, go to another team, log into a mock draft lobby, and it would be there.
Yeah.
So it's not doing any. I don't think it's doing anything, and I also don't know. If it's programmingly possible. Like that's a lot of back end programming stuff. It might be just like it might be possible to do, but it might be too hard to implement. So it's not worth the programming time to do it, even though it's a good idea.
Yeah, because
it might take too long to program and test and everything just to benefit like a tiny benefit,
Right. I mean, outside of doing like alphabetical order, you have to have some type of ranking system. I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Otherwise, you're just looking at a list of names, and if it's not in alphabetical order, it'd be pretty tough to find people. But I mean, I guess you could do it that way, and then, but even at then, you'd have to find a cutoff point, really, because it would just get to be too much. But I love the idea. I think that would keep things pretty authentic.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I have a feeling that it's not a competitive thing. It's probably more of a programming logistical thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know that for sure. But I personally don't know that for sure.
And would realistically, you'd have to have a pretty decent league of people that know what they're doing to pull something like that off and keep it competitive.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So the last couple of picks, after I took Curtis Samuel, we had Tyler Russolino, which I discussed about, the cheap kicker, Chris Boswell from the Steelers, the kicker, Greg Zuerlein, the kicker from the Jets. The Oracle took Anthony Schwartz from the Browns. Wow. Okay. He was available out there. Then Rudy Dynasty Trade School took Kyla Phillips from the Titans, wide receiver. Riverboat Gamblers took Chidzog, I can't pronounce that, the tight end from the Titans. Jay took Zane Gonzalez, kicker for the Panthers. Tragic Bronson took Adam Troutman. Meat Mountain took Byron Edwards and Foster Moreau and has a robust $35 million left in salary cap room. That's a lot. Then Tragic Bronson took Tristan Ebner. And then Jay just took Tutu Atwell. So you have just under $6 million left in salary cap room. Do you like that? Not like that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I got a couple people I don't mind moving on from if I have to. Like Kenyon Drake, if he comes out and gets cut or just, isn't seeing the field, I'll drop him and have another $5.5 million.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, what's your, so it sounds like that's your kind of, I don't know if ideal is the right word, but that's kind of, is there a number you don't like to go over?
No. I mean, I try to just, as long as I got somebody that'll open up like 5 to 10 million in cap space, I'm comfortable. Like Kenyon Drake, I can cut him if I need to.
Yeah, see, I don't like to cut people too fast. I'd rather save like 7 to 10 million and be able to get players that I want to fill out my roster rather than wanting to cut somebody before anything happens.
See, I target people
unless they get hurt or something.
I like with Kenyon Drake, I feel like I pretty much am going to know his outcome by the time like week 2 rolls around. It just seems like they're either going to use Zamir White or Kenyon Drake. There's probably no in between there, so I feel like I'll have a pretty good idea.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't like to overreact after a week or two, but
right. Yeah, and that's why I do it on the later picks. That it's somebody that I didn't care if I drafted him or not. It's kind of the way I've done it the last couple startups I've done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, I actually have a very similar case. I have Curtis Samuel. I mean, if he's doing nothing like the first 2 or 3 weeks, he could be gone, and I have $11.5 million to grab somebody who's doing very well, but just is probably overpaid.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to look at the board of who's left for player. I mean, for players, I mean, like wide receivers, like me, like Tyler, there's a few high price guys. I mean, Christian Kirk, Kenny Golladay, Tyler Lockett, after that, there's not that many.
Yeah, no, I think most of us did a pretty good job managing the cap to where we could eat up most of the talent on that free agent list.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's more available at tight end, because like Logan Thomas is available at a little over 8 million. Jonnu Smith, I know he was terrible last year, but he could do better, 12.5. Uzama is at 8 million. Conklin at 6.75. I mean, nobody great. I mean, nobody took Kyle Rudolph. He's 6 million. He'll drop to 2 million if you wanted to do that. So, yeah, no, I think you're right. I think we did do a good job of drafting. I think this league did a good job. So, all right, who do we got? Okay, so
you too, Jason.
Rudy's
thanks for joining the league.
Oh, is he? Oh, thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. Looking forward to it. All right, he must be auto picking his last pick. He did say I mean, he's East Coast, so he's like us. He probably, you work nights, but he probably has to get to work in the morning. So, hope it doesn't affect your work, Jason, tomorrow. All right, who is the pick? Kennedy Brooks by Dynasty's Trade School. The Oracle took James Prochet from the Ravens. Okay. J-Dogs. That sucks. Okay. All right. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left. And then the 6 picks left, and then then the board. I guess we could post the board somewhere. We'll have to figure that out. We'll have to talk and figure that out. So in case anybody's interested in seeing the board from our draft here. And we can talk about this on the next podcast. We could talk offline and we could talk at the end here. When will you be able to do it? Because I probably should do it tomorrow.
That's fine. I'm busy
tomorrow.
after 6. I got to go do a few things to my motorcycle with a buddy of mine, but anytime before 6, probably like 4 would probably be best for me.
Okay. Yeah, we'll touch base, because if we could record it and then they could release it on Tuesday, I mean, we could kind of review this. So okay, we'll text in the Slack in the morning and figure it out. So
okay,
all right. So did J set a queue? Oh, he didn't. He must not have. He's actually at the salary cap, so he's gonna take like the cheapest guy available. Probably he's gonna have to take like a $600,000 guy. I mean, he doesn't have any other wiggle room, really.
Oh, there's some 480,000 players. 500,000
those
players. So he'll get some.
Yeah, those are but those are people who aren't playing.
Yeah,
those need to probably get cleaned up. I'm not sure if they will be, but yeah. So it's kind of like take your pick of somebody who who if they play, it means you're tanking.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but they're not the first. They're not the first person. He's not the first person to do it. So we'll see who the thing gives them. Actually, I'll do it here because I can see it better.
Hopefully, he takes Cardell Jones.
Oh no, Travis Homer. That's actually a good pick.
Yeah. I didn't even think he could find somebody that would have a potential shot at production.
Yeah, and he has $1,278 left. That may be the record low amount.
Yep.
So, all right. Brandon McManus went to all Barkley, no bite. Hurts me harder, took somebody I never heard of. All right. So I know who I'm going to pick. And I'm one of the few people who likes this person, and I'll be happy with it. I'm going to take Teddy B.
There you go. I was surprised you hadn't taken him yet, but.
I honestly figured I could get him in 20. This is why I didn't take him. I thought about taking him in the 24th, but then I was like, I don't think anybody else is taking him. I'll just take my last round pick with him. And if he, we'll see. Oh, Rudy said things went sour when I drafted Damian Pierce, came back and had 14 seconds left. Yeah, that happens. I've had twice where I've been talking too much and didn't do enough planning. Curtis Samuel is one of them, and then forget who else it was I picked. But I agree to do this, so I can't complain. So should be a good season. Should be a lot of fun. Should be a good season. Excited to see if people make some trades. Is that Robbie Anderson who just got picked? It is. Oh. Very good. I think he changed his name. Did you see?
Huh. Oh, yeah. No, it's IE.
Robbie with an IE versus a Y. Yeah. Don't ask me why.
Irrelevant.
Oh, yeah. The board goes so fast.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah. The board always goes so fast. So that's fine. It'll come. So, all right. Good. So thanks if you watched all of this. Thank you very much. If you watched even part of it, thank you very much. If you watched the end, thank you very much. Anything else? Thank you for doing this. Let me put us back on the thing. So, whoops. No, we'll put that there. Any last words, Jay?
No, just thanks for joining the league, guys. It was a lot of fun. I hope to beat all of you this year.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks a lot. Have a good night. Appreciate it.